Police cruisers at Birchmount. All the kids in my name is what? Crack? There's a black senator.
North of Burnhamthorpe in the Express, the left lane is blocked with a stalled vehicle, in fact, and it's heavy from approaching Burnhamthorpe to north of it Express. And then right beside it in the collector lanes, the left lane is blocked with a collision. So crews on scene in both cases, and it's also heavy for the same stretch in the collectors approaching Burnhamthorpe to north of it because of this pair of issues here. We've got heavy delays still on the eastbound 401 in Mississauga. A couple of spots by Winston Churchill. Approaching Winston Churchill, we had debris reported in the left lane, a big bag of insulation. The MTO was on the way there. And then right at Winston Churchill, reportedly a stolen transport in the center lane. So the MTO was going to have a look at that as well. But the problem east of Mississauga Road now all gone. That's what caused this delay. So it's still heavy from approaching Winston Churchill to east of Mississauga Road through this area. That's starting to improve a little. And then a minor issue approaching the DVP and the collectors. There is a collision blocking the ramp lane. Crews there, but no delay in this area. By contrast, westbound 401 just fine across the city, no problems at all. We've got the southbound DVP filling in again from the 401 to south of Lawrence. No issues on the south 400, but northbound 400 approaching Shepherd. Right lane still blocked by crews. Stalled vehicle on the shoulder. Stalled transport. No delay there either. Birchmount still closed from Kingston Road to Hollis for that crash investigation. Inhale 2021, exhale 2020 during Indigo's wellness event. Save up to 25% on self-help books, fitness and sleep essentials, and more. Exclusions apply. Visit indigo.ca. Next reported 8:51 and weather forecast. Here's Denise Adrianchi.
-1 right now at Pearson. It's 0 downtown under gray skies. Wind chill of -5. It will be a cloudier day today. We're following the trend that we've had for the last couple of weeks. And January has been a mild start, and that's due to that cloud cover and kind of trapping in that daytime heating for the most part. We will tap into some higher pressure that centers in to the region from the north, and that's going to cool us down by Thursday night. We're clear. We're down the lows near -9, so a chilly start to Friday, but some bright, beautiful sunshine, highs near -2 through the afternoon. Your guaranteed high today, +1.
680 News Time, 8:44.
Now the Dynamic Funds Market Minute.
Over to Mike Epple of the 680 Business Center. How's it going there, Mike?
It's going okay, Paul. We've got a mixed outlook to the trading session coming up. The Dow futures up 30 points. The NASDAQ futures down close to 200. Some of the tech heavyweights seeing some selling pressure early this morning. Apple is down 1.7% pre-market. Heading the other direction, Tilray, cannabis player, up by 16%. And shares of companies in the electric vehicle space, i.e. Tesla, up by 2.5%. Some of this the fallout from the election results in Georgia. Fuel cell energy up by 9.5% this morning. Price for oil hovering at $50 per barrel. 50.02 right now. That's up a dime. Gold is down $14 at $19.39 an ounce. Our dollar at 78.84, down 0.1%. The exchange just below $1.27 at the Business Center. I'm Mike Epple.
The greatest investment tip ever. Start building a plan with a financial advisor today. Learn more about the value of advice at dynamic.ca/advice.
Many people suffer from anxiety and depression. They feel an immense sense of despair.
I'm Danish Kotak, and at Kotak Law, we help clients who've been denied long-term disability. Often, insurance companies deny disability claims on the basis that there's insufficient medical evidence. We fight for your right to receive the compensation you deserve. If you've been denied long-term disability, don't give up. Visit KotakLaw.com today.
Your long-term disability for Kotak Law.
And we're here today with a Voila customer.
Hello.
Who just got groceries delivered from Voila by Sobeys.
That's right.
On time with everything you actually ordered?
Always.
Guaranteed fresh produce.
Obviously.
You order with Voila every Sunday, all while wearing pajama pants, bunny slippers, and holding a mug that says, I'm not a regular mom, I'm a cool mom.
You have the worst people working at your store, so I
It's
refuse.
reliable. It's Voila by Sobeys. Your groceries delivered just like that. Try it online at voila.ca. See website for details.
This is All News Radio, 680 News.
It's cloudy, 0 in downtown Toronto, wind chill -5.
People you're marketing to
Good morning.
aren't
I'm
listening to
Catherine
the
Gisette.
radio.
I'm Paul Cook. Here are the
You know
top
that,
stories
right?
this Wednesday morning.
A historic day in Washington where U.S. Congress is set to certify the results of the November presidential vote amid a looming political shift on Capitol Hill. The Democrats are poised to take control of Congress following Senate runoff elections in Georgia. Days after the education minister sent out a letter reassuring parents that elementary schools will be reopening to in-person learning on Monday, some experts are calling on the province to rethink that plan amid soaring COVID-19 case numbers.
schools
still
are
to come on
not a
680
part of community spread,
2021 is looking
rising
up. A
community
snowbank
spread.
conspires against a Mississauga porch pirate. It's all caught on video.
Yeah, this is Toronto. Toronto's
Find out
fucking.
more, 680
Yeah, you
Sports.
got it all planned out on this. Pull in, I'll run up, and I'll grab the package and run back. 7 minutes later, the cops show up.
Team Canada last
He's still
night,
stuck in the
almost
snowbank.
no
This is
adversity,
Toronto
steamrolling through the
snowbank in
competition until the
Mississauga.
big game against the USA.
Internationally, it'll be
who
called the
scored
Toronto
first and got stellar
snowbank.
goaltending from Spencer Knight. RESIGNS for 2 points. USA winning the gold medal last night. Edmonton with a 2-0 victory. Canada settles for the silver despite the loss. Devin Levi named goaltender of the tournament. Finland taking the bronze with a 4-1 win over Russia. We are a week away from the opening of the NHL season. Alex Kerfoot doubtful to skate for the Leafs today, day-to-day with an undisclosed injury suffered at yesterday's practice. The Toronto Raptors look to improve in that 1-5 start in Phoenix tonight, the first of 4 of a West Coast road trip. 9 o'clock on Sportsnet. The Heisman Trophy going to Devontae Smith of Alabama, the first wide receiver to be named U.S. college football's best player since 1991. Sports 15:45 past every hour or anytime. Sportsnet.ca/590.
680 News Time, 8:48.
It's just common sense. A flexi line by Capital Direct allows you to manage your funds more effectively and gives you that financial peace of mind. Think of it as secure lending so you can do all the things you've been dreaming about, whether it's the basement renovation or taking care of tuition. It's the smart move that allows you to take only what you need when you want it. Whether you could use $50,000 or $1.5 million, that cash is available to you. Call Capital Direct today at 1-800-NEW-CAPITAL.
.ca.
I'm here with Bill Coy of Coy Brothers, and we're talking about snow angels.
Oh, you mean the folks who clear the snow? We love them.
So which commercial snowplows should these saints use, Bill?
They can trust SnowX snowplows to perform under pressure. The popular E100 power plow carries 30% more snow than a regular blade, with wings that expand from 8 to 10 feet with the push of a button.
Wings? SnowX plows really are a miracle.
Oh, brother.
SnowX at Coy Brothers.
KOOYBROS.com.
And don't forget to bring your wallet.
This is 680 News. One of the COVID-19 vaccination distribution front now. The Pfizer vaccine will soon be moved into long-term care homes in the province's hotspots. 680's Laura Carney reports. The Ford government is set to issue new guidance to hospitals today, allowing them to move the Pfizer vaccine, which requires deep cold storage for the first time. Retired General Rick Hillier, leading the province's vaccine distribution task force, says the ability to move the Pfizer vaccine will speed up access for long-term care residents. Yesterday, Premier Ford announced all long-term care residents, workers, and essential caregivers in the hotspots of Toronto, Peel, York, and Windsor-Essex will be vaccinated by January 21st. Meantime, Canada is among a growing list of countries thinking about the idea of giving as many people as possible a first dose of a COVID-19 vaccine and delaying the second. It was initially recommended those who get the shot receive a second dose about 3 weeks later. Canada's top doctor has asked the National Advisory Committee on Immunization to investigate. I'm Laura Carney. 680 News Time, 8:50. When 680 News listeners are on the road, they like to save time and stay safe. And that's why 407 ETR chooses 680 News to connect with drivers.
Hi, my name is Kevin Sack, and I'm the Vice President of Communications and Marketing at 407 ETR, the toll road that gets people where they need to be on time.
Why advertise on 680 News specifically?
The programming of the station that occurs every hour of the day is what drives people to listen to the station, and also hear news about breaking traffic and weather. And we know that's an important place for drivers to go. We know that if we put our message there, it's going to be heard.
407 ETR has been on 680 News for many years. You obviously have a long-term marketing strategy.
And new drivers join the GTA every year. And as new audiences come on board, they're going to 680 News for their information, and we want to be a part of that. It often reminds me of the way the highway functions: fast, safe, and reliable.
Get 680 News working for you. Visit 680ads.com. 680 News Time, 8:51. Time for 680 News traffic and weather together on the ones for Diamond and Diamond Lawyers. Here's Kyle Hawking.
Well, some good news on the 427 northbound. The original problem that we had north of Burnham Thorpe in the Express, stolen vehicle, has been cleared away. So still busy approaching Bloor up towards Burnham Thorpe in the Express. Then we had a second problem happen in the Collectors, and that one's still there. So it's north of Burnham Thorpe Collectors, left lane blocked with a collision, and emergency crews are on scene. It's literally right across the cement divider from where the Express collision was. In the Collectors here, there are only 2 lanes, though, compared to 3 in the Express. So it's heavy in the Collectors, approaching Burnham Thorpe to north of it, and getting a little bit heavier as you head towards this problem. Other issues are on the eastbound 401. Approaching Winston Churchill, we had some debris in the left lane. It was a bag of insulation to be dealt with by the MTO at some point. There was also reports of a stalled transport right at Winston Churchill in the center lane. I'll give them a call after this report and see if I can get an update on both issues. I do see the volume from Winston Churchill to east of Mississauga Road. That's where we had problems a short time ago that have cleared. And then a minor issue approaching the DVP and the Collectors, a collision in the ramp lane. It's being dealt with by crews there, but no delay. You'll find the westbound 401 in good shape. Most of the other routes just fine. The only other delay is on the southbound 404 in Don Valley, just as you cross over the 401 to south of Lawrence. If you've been injured, Diamond and Diamond is in your corner. See why so many clients have referred their friends and family back to Diamond and Diamond. Call 1-800-567-HURT for your free consultation. Next report at 9:01, and with the extended forecast, here's Denise Andriacci.
Well, it's a pretty cloudy start again today, but temperatures are fairly comfortable if you've been out for walks with the dog or the kids or going for your jog. Typically in January, we have some cooler air. Sometimes we've got a lot more snow on the ground as well, but it's been pretty comfortable conditions. Another good day today and most of tomorrow to get outside. Yes, it's a bit gray, but again, temperatures are above seasonal. By Thursday night, we really clear out. That's when we tap into some colder air. We're down in near -9. And then Friday through the weekend, even looking ahead to next week, quite a bit of sunshine in the forecast, but you can expect some cooler temperatures moving back into the region as well. It's -1 at Pearson right now, the guaranteed high +1.
This extended forecast is brought to you by Bellier Brothers. Take advantage of Bellier's 0% financing and prepare your home for winter. Bellier, experts in heating, air quality, and home comfort. Call Bellier 416-425-1200.
Coming up at 9 o'clock, defeat for U.S. Republicans on 2 fronts today. First in Georgia, where Democrats are in the lead in 2 Senate runoff elections. And second in Washington, where Joe Biden is set to be certified the next president of the United States.
680 News Time, 8:54.
And now, an important message from the Canadian Natural Defense. It's cold season, and this year, more than ever, we need to protect ourselves. The wellness experts at Adrian Gagnon bring you zinc and vitamin C to help immune function, and echinacea for effective relief of cold symptoms when taken at the first symptoms. And now, all 3 are available at Walmart. The products may not be right for you. Always read and follow the label.
Well, nobody likes a porch pirate, so when one gets caught in the act on video, it usually goes viral. 680's Alex Bloomfield joins us with the play-by-play of the latest example from earlier this week near Eglinton and 9th Line.
This video is just so sweet to watch for anyone who has lost a package off the front step. A Mississauga resident capturing a would-be pirate in the act.
Yeah, done. You're done.
The suspect makes a break for his car, but is now my nominee for the next season of Canada's Worst Driver, turning way too sharply while backing out, beaching the small sedan in a snowbank at the end of the driveway, and what follows is pure theater.
Want me to get you a shovel? I get you a shovel.
The suspect makes zero headway in freeing his vehicle. Peel police show up 7 minutes later and make the arrest. A 33-year-old man from Brampton now facing 2 charges of theft and fraud under $5,000. I posted a link to the video on my Twitter page. I'm Alex Bloomfield.
Still to come on 680 News, despite fewer cars on the road, GTA insurance premiums are sky high. We'll have the business report.
680 News time, 8:55.
Nearly 1 in 2 of us will be diagnosed with cancer in our lifetime. So if it's not you, it could be the person beside you. That's why right now, the Canadian Cancer Society is funding life-changing research for all cancers. Our donors are people just like you, making a difference for the half of us who will be diagnosed, along with the other half devoted to their care. Donate at cancer.ca because empathy is bigger than apathy, science is bigger than any tumor, and life is bigger than cancer.
Being a new mom isn't easy, but hugging's easy, loving's easy, and baby D drops are easy too. Simply apply just 1 drop where baby feeds. There's no taste, so it doesn't interfere with feeding. Pediatricians recommend vitamin D daily for breastfed infants. Baby D drops, the sunshine vitamin in just 1 drop.
680 News time, 8:56.
Now the 680 News business report. Here is Mike Apple.
Hey, Catherine, good morning. Well, you know how insurance rates were maybe going to come down a little bit last year because the roads were, for a time, quite empty, and the insurance companies were, in some cases, giving some short-term rebates. Well, Rates.ca has just issued its insurance premium updates for December of 2020, and the most expensive city in the province to get car insurance right now, as it has been for quite some time, Brampton. $2,700 for the year is the estimated premium. That's up 8.2% on a year-over-year comparable. Mississauga, second on the list at $2,300 and change, up 13%. Vaughan, number 3, $2,300, up almost 10%. Markham at $2,200, up by 14%. The average Ontario auto insurance premium is now at $1,600. Again, these are to some extent estimated by Rates.ca, but that's up 10% from December of 2018. Cities, including Toronto at $2,200, Whitby at $1,700, and Oshawa at $1,600 are all above the provincial average. We are looking at the major stock averages this morning, giving us no real direction. Well, at least to some extent. We figure that the Dow is going to gain a little bit. The futures contract is up 50 points. Tech stocks are going to take it on the chin just a little bit here because the blue wave now, as it's been dubbed in Washington, the Democrats sweeping here in the Georgia runoffs, the tech stocks are going to face increased scrutiny from an antitrust level, and that's got shares, for example, of Apple down by 2% in pre-market action. Gold is down $16 at $1,938. The price for oil at $50.09. That's up 16 cents at the highest level in 11 months. At the Business Center, I'm Mike Apple.
NHL Live, the stream that must be seen by hockey fans everywhere. I mean real hockey fans. Those who want to watch their favorite team when they live far away, but can't miss a single sniper cell. NHL Live has hundreds of games for the best price. Score your early bird pass now for $159.99 and live stream your team. Because you want hockey. Visit NHLLive.com.
Humans are the most advanced species on Earth. We've conquered fire, created powerful technologies, and yet we're still stuck paying for food delivery. Not anymore. With Good Food, you can get delicious ready-to-cook meals and grocery items like Good Food hummus, popcorn, and bacon delivered free right to your home. Good Food, eating evolved. Visit makegoodfood.ca. With minimum purchase. Details on makegoodfood.ca.
Now, 680 News regional weather conditions for Walmart. New year, healthy you. Walmart knows wellness. If you need any advice on healthy choices this year, just ask your Walmart pharmacist. This message is brought to you by Pharmascience.
In downtown Toronto, it's 0, cloudy, wind chill -5. City News is CFTR AM Toronto. It's 9 o'clock.
Hold on for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News, Toronto.
Here are Paul Cook and Catherine Chattay.
Good morning. This is Wednesday, the 6th of January.
Here's what's making news right now.
The Democrats appear on the brink of taking control of the U.S. Senate.
This historic moment in America could only happen here.
2 runoff elections in Georgia, history made in one. We're waiting on the results of the other.
Congress meets this afternoon to certify the results of the American election and confirm Joe Biden as U.S. president. Republicans plan to delay the proceeding by repeating claims of voter fraud.
A record year for the city's real estate market wraps up with a spike in sales and new highs for prices in December.
A doctor who sits on the province's COVID-19 advisory board has now resigned and is apologizing after going on a tropical vacation over the holidays.
Canada's settling for the silver in the World Juniors. The USA winning the gold medal game last night 2-0, and the Raptors look to find that winning spark again in Phoenix tonight. Sports at 15.
Volatile day shaping up for the stock markets. Tech stocks and electric vehicle companies and solar panel companies in the spotlight today following the blue wave in Washington. Business at 26.
City News time, 9:01.
Traffic and weather together on the ones brought to you by 407 ETR. Here's Kyle Hocking.
Well, we keep getting new issues on the eastbound 401. I just spoke with the MTO between the last 2 reports. East 401 approaching Winston Churchill. They've just set up a rolling block. They're going through picking up that insulation debris. So a bit of a volume delay heading through the 407 over to Winston Churchill. Reportedly, there was a stalled transport right at Winston Churchill in the center lane. I'm not seeing a delay in that particular spot, so it may have gotten moving again, but the MTO is going to have a look at that after they clear the insulation debris. It is still slowed through Mississauga Road because of earlier problems. Now there's a new problem approaching the 400 in the Express. The left lane is blocked with a stolen vehicle. Crews on the scene starting to back up towards Weston in the Express over to the 400. And then we've just had problems clear approaching the DVP and the collectors. Crash all cleared away. That one never caused a delay. Westbound 401's fine. No issues to mention there. We still have an issue on the 427 northbound. In fact, 2 of them now. North to Burnham Thorpe and the collectors. Left lane blocked with a collision. Heavy from Bloor collectors up to Burnham Thorpe. And then on the ramp to the eastbound 401, stalled vehicle in the right lane causing a minor delay. Still closed is Birchmount from Kingston Road to Hollis. That's just south of Danforth for a collision investigation. The safety of drivers, both on and off the roads, means everything to 407 ETR. That's why they've developed a COVID assistance program for those who need it most. Next report at 9:11, and with the forecast, here's Denise Andriacci.
A cloudy gray day for the most part, but we're tapping into those above seasonal temperatures again, so some very comfortable weather, and that trend continues even as we start to tap back into sunshine. Late Thursday will clear out, so Friday through the weekend we are expecting sunnier conditions and some cooler temps at night and in the mornings, but our afternoon highs still pretty stable. Overall, a very good temperature trend and weather pattern for southern Ontario as we move through the first half of January. -1 cloudy at Pearson. The guaranteed high is +1.
680 News time, 9:03.
Democrats appear on the brink of taking complete control of the U.S. Congress with a historic win in one of 2 Senate runoff elections, while leading in the other one still too close to call.
680's Jamie Pulfer is here live with the latest as the vote count continues. Jamie.
Catherine, such a significant moment stateside. Reverend Raphael Warnock, a pastor at the Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta, where slain civil rights leader Martin Luther King Jr. once preached, becomes Georgia's first black senator and the first Democrat in decades.
I come before you tonight as a man who knows that the improbable journey that led me to this place in this historic moment in America could only happen here.
Marking a shifting political landscape stateside, Warnock beating incumbent Republican Kelly Loeffler, supported by outgoing President Donald Trump. CBS congressional correspondent Nancy Cortez tells us what control of the Senate would mean for a Joe Biden presidency.
It wouldn't guarantee that he would be able to pass everything on his agenda, but it would mean that he would at least get a vote on those bills.
It all comes down to the other Senate runoff. Not called yet, but one candidate thinks it's done.
Whether you are for me or against me, I'll be for you in the U.S. Senate. I will serve all the people of the state.
Democrat John Ossoff leading, just recently posting that on Twitter, acting like incumbent Republican David Perdue is in the Senate rear view. Reporting live, Jamie Pulper, 680 News.
680 News time, 9:05. Hardcore supporters of Donald Trump are converging on Washington, D.C. to contest what they call a rigged election, despite a lack of evidence of widespread voter fraud. The rallies coincide with a congressional vote today to certify President-elect Joe Biden's win in the Electoral College. Our Kevin Meisner joins us live to set the scene. Kevin.
Well, Paul, this voter certification by the Senate is a confirmation of the win by U.S. President Joe Biden. It's largely a ceremonial process, but several Republican lawmakers are planning to disrupt the proceeding by repeating President Donald Trump's unsubstantiated claims that he lost the election because of widespread voter fraud. Now, Trump has posted messages on Twitter suggesting Vice President Mike Pence can somehow overturn the election results. As we hear from CNN's Sunlan Serfati on Capitol Hill, by virtue of his office, the vice president will be presiding over today's ceremony.
Now, this sets up an incredibly awkward moment for him. President Trump tweeting in part, quote, "If Vice President Pence comes through for us, we will win the presidency." Now, that, of course, is an untrue statement, and sources have told CNN that Vice President Pence has told President Trump that he does not have the power to overturn their election loss.
Now, Joe Biden defeated President Donald Trump 306 Electoral College votes to 232. 13 Republican senators are saying that they're going to join with their House colleagues and object when Congress formally affirms Biden's victory. The process begins at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Kevin Meisner, 680 News.
680 News time, 9:07. Happening now in the East End, Birchmount is closed from Kingston to Hollis after two police cruisers collided. One police officer suffered minor injuries in the crash just before 6:30 this morning. The officers involved were responding to a call at the time.
This is 680 News, a record year for the city's real estate market, wrapping up with a spike in sales and new highs for prices in December. Our Mike Epple reports from the 680 Business Center. Properties that went on the market in December were quickly sold. The Toronto Regional Real Estate Board says sales spiked more than 64% last month compared to December of 2019, more than 7,100 transactions. Prices up by 11.2% to $932,000 on average. The busiest area in the city, the 905, where detached prices and sales were soaring, all fueled by record low mortgage rates and the supply-demand metrics. One weak spot, the condo market in the 416, with prices year over year down by 4.7% for the month. At the Business Center, I'm Mike Epple.
680 News time, 9:08. The World Junior Hockey Championship came to a stunning end for Team Canada in Edmonton. As we hear from our Simon Bennett, they had to settle for the silver medal after a 2-0 loss to the Americans.
Canada had been untested at this tournament. They hadn't even trailed in a single game until last night when the USA took a 2-0 lead, then rode the stellar goaltending of Spencer Knight. The USA celebrating the win in Edmonton.
Red, white, blue and gold.
The U.S. taking gold for the first time since 2017. Canadian players in tears while receiving their silver medals. Canada's Dylan Cousins.
We lost the gold medal game. There's no, we feel horrible. It sucks.
And so ends this tournament, held in unusual pandemic conditions with no fans. The Canadian team together as a group since late November, including a 2-week quarantine. Next year's tournament scheduled to be held back in Edmonton along with Red Deer. I'm Simon Bennett.
680 News time, 9:09. A doctor who sits on the province's COVID-19 advisory board has now resigned and is apologizing after going on a tropical vacation over the holidays. 680's Laura Conley reports.
Dr. Tom Stewart says he regrets this non-essential travel and that he's sorry. Stewart, who is also the CEO of the Niagara Health System and the St. Joseph's Health System, was approved for vacation from December 18th to January 5th. And in that time, he traveled to the Dominican Republic. Stewart has now resigned from the province's command table that was set up to advise the government about COVID-19. That resignation has been accepted by the Deputy Health Minister, who released a statement saying that people
people of Ontario have made countless sacrifices during the pandemic, and it remains critically important that everyone continues to follow public health advice. Stewart joins the growing list of Canadian politicians and public figures that have admitted to traveling abroad despite repeated calls to stay home. I'm Laura Carney. 6 City News Time, 9:10.
Out with the old and in with the new. It's something you hear a lot this time of year. Making space in your life is what a new year is for. Get a fresh start in your home and your life with Access Storage. With a safe place to store the belongings you love but don't have space for. Access Storage can be your resolution solution with flexible and affordable storage options and more than 100 convenient locations in Ontario. Get on with your new year. Access Storage. Shop Canadian, store Canadian. Try 4 weeks free. Visit accessstorage.ca.
Coming up in 60 seconds, traffic and weather together on the ones, including a stalled vehicle on the eastbound 401 approaching the 400 Express, blocking the left lane.
This is 6 City News.
Ciao, I'm Dominic Primucci. Next time you order, try our charcoal-infused pizza and enjoy a lighter and airier pizza experience. It may just become your new go-to favorite. Think Italian and taste the difference.
In times like these, shouldn't your money work even harder for you? We think so. That's why at Duca Credit Union, you get no-fee checking accounts. You also get high interest on deposits and investments, and low mortgage rates. Plus, you get to share in the profits. That's the Duca difference. And now, get rates as low as 1.79% on a 5-year fixed mortgage when you switch to Duca. Find out how at mortgage.duca.com. Do more, be more, achieve more with Duca Credit Union. Conditions apply.
News Time, 9:11.
Traffic and weather together on the ones, brought to you by Diamond and Diamond Lawyers. Here's Kyle Hockin.
About 20 seconds ago or so, that problem on the eastbound 401 approaching the 400 Express pulled away, so stalled vehicle removed from the highway. That means all problems have been remedied on the eastbound 401. The debris approaching Winston Churchill's gone. The stalled transport approach right at Winston Churchill looks like it had moved on as well. There's a slight delay through Mississauga Road, and then it is busy from Islington to the 400 in the Express where that problem was. Two issues to mention on the 427 northbound. North of Burnhamthorpe in the collectors, the left lane is still blocked with collision cleanup. We have crews on scene. So this route is slow in the approach from approaching Burnhamthorpe to north of it in the collector lanes. And then we've also got on the northbound 427 ramp to eastbound 401, a stalled vehicle in the right lane, right towards the end of that ramp, just as you're about to merge with the East 401 itself. So you're coming around the bend, and there are the crews. Pretty minor delay through this area. That ramp's actually fairly lightly traveled at the moment. You'll find just one other delay. It's on the southbound EVP, a minor delay through Lawrence, but that's all. Overall, the drive's not bad. We've got this closure ongoing of Birchmount Road from Kingston Road up to Hollis. That's just south of Danforth because of a collision investigation. If insurance companies have high-priced lawyers fighting for them, who's fighting for you? Find out why there's nothing tougher than a diamond. Call 1-800-567-HURT for your free consultation. Next report at 9:21, and with the forecast, here's Denise Andriacci.
Mostly cloudy skies today, hoping for a few sunny breaks here and there. Not very many if we see them at all this afternoon, and a few clear breaks overnight. But we hang on to the cloud for the most part through Thursday morning as well. Highs tomorrow near -1, and then we'll start to clear out. Temperatures fall Thursday night under those clear conditions down to -9. It's going to be a sunny, bright Friday, and we carry on to that sunshine all through the weekend. Right now it's -1, feeling like -6. The guaranteed high today +1.
6 City News Time, 9:13.
Now the Dynamic Funds Market Minute.
Over to Mike Eppel at the 6 City News Business Center. Mike.
Hey, Catherine, we're looking at markets poised to see a little bit of a drop here at the start of trade. In the U.S., it's the tech heavyweights that'll be in the negative at the start this morning. Having said that, I'm looking at a lot of the solar companies, electric vehicle makers, and cannabis companies trading significantly to the upside following what's being dubbed now the blue wave in Georgia, the Democrats' potential sweep of those 2 Senate seats. Shares of Tilray up 15%, Aurora Cannabis up by 15%, pre-market Aphria up by 9%. Price for oil up 20 cents, $50.09 per barrel, testing an 11-month high. Gold is down $21, $19.33 an ounce. Our dollar's down at 1/5 of a cent at 78.71. At the Business Center, I'm Mike Eppel.
Markets are changing more than ever. A financial advisor can help address your evolving portfolio needs. Speak to a financial advisor and learn more at dynamic.ca/advice. How was your run?
Incredible. My new Fitbit from TSC is great. And I feel so rested lately with our new Casper mattress. Maintaining a healthy lifestyle is easy with TSC.
Living well looks good on you. Shop tsc.ca. Today's shopping choice.
I love working out at home.
Our Echelon rower from TSC is awesome.
TSC's interest-free easy pays make it so affordable.
Yeah, my new Apple AirPods are great for meetings and for working out.
Living well looks good on you. Shop tsc.ca. Today's shopping choice.
The Chesterfield Show.
Hi, Steve here from the Chesterfield Shop. My family has had the privilege of serving this great community since 1948, and I'm saddened to say that our famous in-store Boxing Week sale will be postponed for the first time in over 72 years. So why not go online or call us to set up a virtual appointment? We're worth the wait.
The Chesterfield Show, your leather superstar.
Leather and fabric savings at thechesterfieldshop.com or call us 24/7.
This is All News Radio, 680 News.
Mostly cloudy this morning, sunny breaks late this afternoon. 680 News guaranteed high +1. Good morning. I'm Paul Cook.
I'm Catherine Gitte. Here are the top stories right now.
Joe Biden's tenure as U.S. president appears set to begin with complete control of Congress. The Democrats have all but officially won one of two Senate runoffs in Georgia and lead in the other one with votes still being counted. One of Premier Ford's pandemic advisors has resigned from the province's COVID-19 advisory board after it was revealed Dr. Tom Stewart took a beach vacation over the holidays. And coming up after sports.
Some health officials are warning the province to hold off on reopening schools, saying COVID-19 transmission rates are too high right now.
Time now for 680 Sports.
From Sportsnet 590 The Fans, Simon Bennett.
Hey, good morning once again. It was a dominant run for Canada at the World Juniors until last night. The USA scored first in a row with the hot goaltending of Spencer Knight to a 2-0 win and their first gold medal at this tournament since 2017. The question for Canada, of course, what happened? Longtime OHL executive Mike Fuda was the leadoff.
I was just blown away by the pace of that game, considering there were no fans. It was something to watch in Canada. They weren't on their heels down the stretch. They gave it a run, but the Americans hadn't played their A game up to that point, and they gave their A game, and they were better in Canada last night.
The Toronto Raptors open a 4-game road trip out west tonight. It's still early, but they need some wins. Just 1-5 near the bottom of the standings. Head coach Nick Nurse was critical of a number of players after their loss to Boston the other night. We'll see what the response is. Tip at 9 on Sportsnet. Training camp continues for the Maple Leafs. Don't expect to see Alex Kerfoot out there suffering an undisclosed injury during workouts yesterday. He's day-to-day. Sports 15 and 45 best every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
680 News Time 9:17.
At Shell, we're taking care. Because taking care of you means taking care of the one thing we all share, the journeys that we take. So we've made a commitment to do things the right way and give you our very best. Our best fuel, our best snacks, our best services, our best rewards. And by taking care of what fuels you, you can be your best. Because better drivers make better journeys, and better journeys make a better world. Learn more at shell.ca/takingcare.
Scott McGilvery here. I've done hundreds of home renovations over the years, and I'm particularly careful about what I put under the floor.
He's done hundreds of home renovations over the years?
One Step 2.0. This easy-to-install underlayment has an air gap design that allows moisture to evaporate, and it doesn't require wood subfloors, which can be a food source for mold growth. DMX One Step can be used under most vinyl or laminate floors, so whatever you choose, you know your investment will be protected. DMX One Step 2.0. No mold, no cold. Find it at the Home Depot.
680 News Time 9:19.
Well, a lot of parents are counting down the days until their young children return to the classroom after an extended winter holiday break due to the pandemic. Some health experts are warning, with COVID rates soaring, the province should rethink its return plan. 680's Carl Hansky's in South Riverdale with the story and reaction.
The numbers just don't add up to reopening schools right now, according to some health experts who are concerned that with COVID-19 test positivity rates approaching 10%, schools will basically become super spreaders. Some parents agree.
We're dealing with record high numbers right now. Just, let's keep the kids at home for a few more weeks.
Quebec has already decided to keep kids home for another week. This mom says it's all so confusing.
People think it's safe, and then other people are living in fear. So what do you say to that?
Epidemiologist Amy Greer says letting kids back into school now was, quote, reckless and dangerous. Ontario Education Minister Stephen Lecce is telling parents that schools are not a source of community spread and is reassuring them that elementary schools will open Monday. Out on School Watch, I'm Carl Lansky.
680 News Time, 9:20.
Does your credit card debt keep you up at night? I know mine did. Hi, I'm Adam, and 6 years ago, I was no different, so I started New Borrow. Our proven step-by-step system helps homeowners eliminate debt and save thousands, like Tina.
Now I sleep at night, my debts are paid off, and I only make one monthly payment.
Read hundreds of other 5-star Google reviews and apply today to start saving.
Use your home to get a loan with New Borrow.
Visit newborrow.com. License 13115.
The holiday season always makes us feel better, so let's keep that healthy attitude going. And it starts now at Healthy Planet. All month, enjoy Boxing Day savings on healthy foods, supplements, sports, and beauty products. Now, Beyond Beef, Beyond Sausage, plant-based food. Buy 400 grams and get the second free. Plus, Mega entire line is 25% off. Visit one of Healthy Planet's 29 Canadian family-owned locations near you or healthyplanetcanada.com.
680 News Time, 9:29.
Traffic and weather together on the ones brought to you by TSC. Here's Kyle Hopping.
Oh, we still have one issue on the 427 northbound, but one other has cleared. The collision north of Burnhamthorpe and the Collectors has cleared away from the highway, so no delay there. There is a minor delay on the northbound 427 ramp to eastbound 401. Right at the bend in that ramp, we have the right lane blocked by crews. A stalled vehicle here is being worked on. So a slight delay there, but otherwise the 427 is pretty well back up to speed. You'll find on the, if you're traveling the 401, still some volume eastbound 401 approaching Islington to the 400 Express because of an earlier problem that cleared. So that will clear out as well likely in the next short while. And then we'll be up to speed. That's your only eastbound delay, and the westbound 401's up to speed. We did have that long-standing issue on the 400 northbound approaching Shepherd. There's a stalled transport that's now been removed from the highway, so no lanes blocked there. And the delay for that one had eased off quite a while ago, so it was no longer an issue, really. We do have a bit of volume on the westbound Gardner as you come off the DVP to approaching Jarvis. I don't see a problem here. They may have just temporarily blocked a lane or perhaps both, as they typically do in the long-term construction zone for a couple of minutes at a time just to move equipment. But it looks like all lanes are open here and just a bit of volume. On city streets, Birchmount is still closed from Kingston Road to Hollis. That's just south of Danforth because of a collision investigation. Help keep your air cleaner and healthier with the Ionic Pro Platinum Air Purifier, available at TSC. Get it tomorrow and save big. Shop tsc.ca, today's shopping choice. Your next report at 9:31, and with the extended forecast, here's Denise Andriacci.
We can't blame you if you've been missing the sunshine. It's been a very cloudy start to the month and the year here in the GTA. But we've also had some very comfortable temperatures. We're going to be pretty mild again today for January afternoon, a guaranteed high of +1. The average high this time of year is near -2. The average low is closer to -9. We haven't had those temperatures in a while, and we'll dip down to near -9 under clear conditions Thursday night. Yes, clearing out by Thursday night, and we tap into quite a bit of sunshine and high pressure, and that seems to stick around for the long-range forecast. So you can expect a lot more sunshine moving ahead, but also some cooler temps. Friday's high near -2. By Friday night, we are down to -10. It's -1 and cloudy right now at Pearson, a wind chill of -6. The guaranteed high today, +1.
And because Denise did not miss the weather guarantee yesterday, the jackpot climbs to $23,600.
Coming up at 9:30, a big night for Democrats, a big day in Washington, and an unexpected outcome in the gold medal game at the World Juniors.
680 News Time, 9:23.
Your life has taken a bit of a break, but your dental health shouldn't. At Ultima Dental, our enhanced cleaning and sterilization protocols will help keep you safe at your appointment, while our team of professionals keep your oral and overall health in check. We also offer our patients a 0% interest payment plan, so you can get the treatment you need when you need it. Located across Ontario and the GTA, contact your local Ultima clinic or visit ultimadental.com.
Just over the same topic. 680's Alex Alex Bloomfield joins us with highlights from last night's broadcasts.
At least 4 of the major hosts with nearly identical monologues, zeroing in on President Trump's request for Mike Pence to intervene
Friday night,
today's
mostly cloudy with a
certification, describing Pence's role.
To preside over the ballot counting. He's basically one step above a bingo caller.
Steph Myers making one of several references to a New York Times article citing a source close to Pence who says today's actions will be gut-wrenching for the vice president.
Spare thought for Mike Pence's gut, because he's really been through the ringer these past few years, and now he has to choose between the Constitution and a sleazy mafia don cold-calling election officials illegally.
Stephen Colbert extending an olive branch to the VP.
If this were an after-school special, this is the part where we would tell Mike Pence that if the president says he won't like you unless you give him what he wants, then he doesn't really care about you.
And Jimmy Kimmel giving Pence a possible out.
Some very important Space Force business is going to come up that Mike Pence has to deal with personally.
I'm Alex Bloomfield.
Elon Musk is going to see his bank account grow today in the wake of the Georgia election result. Business in 60 seconds. If life is a journey, we can help you enjoy the ride. Acura Downtown, a proud member of the A-Win Group of dealerships, has been a driving force in the Greater Toronto area for over 30 years. We can offer you the selection and service we want for ourselves. By treating you like our own, we can put you in the right vehicle at the right time. We're Acura Downtown. We're not just here for you. We are you. To learn more, visit us today at acuradowntown.ca.
You're telling me you're not
At Reliance Home Comfort, are more than just heating and cooling.
You're my buddy
Everything
from
from rigid plumbing needs to lingering
Right?
issues like the leaky faucet you may have been putting off. Our customers are our priority. It's how Reliance has earned over 50,000 five-star reviews, and why we always take precautions to ensure your safety. Plus, right now, Reliance Home Comfort is offering $50 off plumbing service calls. So don't put it off any longer. If you need plumbing help now, conditions apply. See website for details.
On 926, now the business report with Mike Apple. What are we expecting today, Mike?
We're expecting quite a bit of mood swings on this market here, Paul, on in some cases in reaction to the Georgia Senate election results. We're looking at some tech heavyweights, including Apple and Facebook and others, down by more than 2% in pre-market action, as traders are thinking that the Biden administration will be putting a little bit more scrutiny on some of those tech all-stars related to antitrust measures. Have they gotten too big? Do they need new regulations? And maybe some higher taxation levels as well. The flip side, some of the favorite sectors, so to speak, of the Democrats right now, alternative fuels, and that would bring Tesla into the spotlight. The company seeing its share price pre-market hit $760. That's up 2.5%. So Elon Musk still number 2 on the rich list in the U.S. Nevertheless, will possibly get closer to Jeff Bezos today, because Amazon shares are down and Tesla shares are way up. And as of last night, Elon Musk trailed Bezos from a net worth standpoint by just $12 billion, only $12 billion. But again, we could see some swings on that coming up. Cannabis companies are seeing a surge in valuations pre-market because you could see national legalization of cannabis in the Biden administration as well in the early days of legislative process. The shares of Tilray right now are up by 15%, traded out of New York. Out of that BC-based cannabis producer. Price for gold down $16. The price for oil holding at $50 per barrel. Spike yesterday. Should see a further run-up in the energy stocks of the TSX today after a 5.25% rally for that sector of the market. The TSX coming off a gain of 154 points. It'll be interesting to see if we build on that. The Dow futures hovering at break-even. NASDAQ futures down over 200 points. Canadian dollar at 78.62. Early this morning, Maloney was above 79 cents, and then it quickly pulled back and is right now down by 1/3 of a cent. The gold price down $16 at $19.38. At the Business Center, I'm Mike Apple.
Every week, 680 News advertisers get their message heard by 1.5 million listeners. Listeners who have money, own homes, drive cars, do their taxes.
I'm Mark Felstein of Mark Felstein & Associates.
And I'm Sarah Felstein, the next generation, and we run an accounting and tax practice in Markham, Ontario.
We've been advertising on 680 News for the last 10 years.
Mark and Sarah Felstein are smart investors.
It's a long-term investment, so when you invest in 680 News, you're investing in your long-term future of your business. But you have to be patient.
We did see results from 680 News right away, but I can say that over time, those results have compounded. Short and long-term results.
You're branding your name over long term. We noticed that we're off 680 News during the Christmas break. We're still getting calls because of our branding and our long-term commitment.
The nice thing also with 680 News is everybody listens to it. You'll meet someone and then they'll say, oh, I recognize your business name. I heard you on 680 News. Imagine 1.5 million listeners hearing your ad every week. Go to 680ads.com.
Right now, 0 and cloudy in downtown Toronto. Thanks for listening. I'm Paul Cook, 680 News Time, 9:30.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Number one for news in Toronto. This is 680 News.
Here are Sarah Barrett and Steve Robert. Good morning. This is Wednesday, January 6th. For Sarah, I'm Irene Precklett.
And good morning. Here's what's making news this hour.
Neil's top doctor urging everyone to stay vigilant against the virus, even as vaccines roll out.
The vaccine does not protect you if you have not received it.
Toronto's mayor questioned about
Yes,
whether
it
he
does.
considered a curfew to curb COVID-19. Some experts calling on the Ontario government to not resume in-class learning next week because of rising COVID-19 cases.
This morning we will find out how effective Crime Stoppers was last year as they provide their 2020 statistics. Because as Toronto police say they have the highest murder assault rate in North America. And Georgia's 2 Senate runoff elections will determine which party controls the U.S. Senate. One race still too close to call.
Heartbreak for Canada at the World Juniors last night. USA taking the gold medal with a 2-0 win in Edmonton, and the Raptors open their West Coast swing in Phoenix tonight. Sports at 45.
Some investors like the looks of the Georgia Senate election results. Others, not so much. We're looking at the NASDAQ drop 1.5% in early trading action this morning. TSX still fueled by energy stocks. Business at 56. 680 News Time, 9:31.
That is time for 680 News. Traffic and weather together on the ones. We say good morning, Kyle Hawking.
And good morning, Irene and Steve. I've located the source of this delay on the westbound Gardner through downtown. And this report's brought to you by
Tarnation's name is it?
It was something construction related in the long-term
Damn
construction
it.
zone.
Oh,
That's where I was seeing the delay. But I've been watching a slow-moving maintenance crew rolling along. Since I located them near York Street, they've been moving along relatively quickly. Haven't stopped yet, and they're past Strawn on the way towards Dufferin. So they're out of downtown. I assume they're looking for potholes to fill in, as that's typically what these maintenance crews do when they're moving slowly. We've got a bit of a delay on the westbound Gardner. Just exiting the core through Spadina. That's just residual delays, but that will ease off quickly now that these crews are out of the area. And there they go. I'm just seeing them now coming through Dufferin, just before the overpass at Dufferin is where they are in the left lane. Otherwise, highway's really not bad. We've got this one minor problem. Northbound 427, ramp to eastbound 401. Stalled vehicle in the right lane. Crews are there with it. They're just moving a tow into position. So there's a slight delay on that ramp. And then we have a slight delay on the eastbound 401 itself, approaching Weston to the 400 in the express. Is because of the amount of 0.53 broken up completely. The total precipitation from the streets still closed from Kingston Road up to Hollis. That's just south of Danforth for a collision investigation. Get the latest breaking news and important updates that are affecting your communities and our country every night with City News at 6 and 11, only on City TV. And from 9:41 and with the forecast, here's Denise Henry.
And added, please bury your loved ones so their souls find peace. Dear Hadid, NPR News, Islamabad.
I'm Dave Mattingly, NPR News in Washington.
Support for NPR comes from this station And from Progressive Insurance, committed to protecting cars and drivers, whether on the open road or having a driveway moment while listening to NPR. Learn more at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE. From Workday, committed to delivering quick insights to help finance teams plan for what's next. Workday, the finance, HR, and planning system for a changing world. Learn more at workday.com. And from listeners like you who donate to this NPR station. It's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Noel King.
And I'm Steve Inskeep. Let's work our way slowly through the facts from Kenosha, Wisconsin. The district attorney there announced yesterday he will not file charges against the officer who shot Jacob Blake. Video from last summer shows Blake, a black man, climbing into a car at the end of a dispute when white officer Rustin Shesky grabs his shirt and fires 7 times. Blake was paralyzed. Joining us from Kenosha is NPR's David Shaper, following the story of no charges. Hey there, David.
Good morning, Steve.
Why would the prosecutor not file charges here?
Well, District Attorney Mike Gravely said, first of all, he noted that this decision could spark outrage and protest, as we saw last summer. And so he went to great lengths to demonstrate why he couldn't charge Officer Shesky or any other officer that was on the scene of the shooting. And he spent more than 2 hours detailing the investigation and all the evidence. And Gravely said this is essentially why he did all that.
Everybody has seen the video. And so from their perspective, they have tried this case at their computer screen or in their living room. As a professional, I am called upon to talk about how to try this case in a real courtroom.
Essentially, Gravely says that that means he's got to consider all the evidence not seen in that short 20-second video snippet that he has to present to a jury.
Okay, he's right. He's absolutely correct that video often doesn't capture everything, but I just watched the video again. I mean, you have a man who's moving away from the officer, climbing into a car. His shirt is stretching as the officer grabs it, and then the officer fires, although granted the car door is sort of in the way. What does the video not show?
Well, what you're not seeing there is that you can actually see in the video, it appears that Jacob Blake has something in his hand. You can't really tell what it is. What Gravely says Blake is holding is a small knife. And you can also not see, because another officer is in the picture and obscuring him and the car door is in the way, that he apparently turns back towards the officer who is tugging at his shirt. And so this is why Gravely says that the officer, Shesky, feared for
you can't see all the things that aren't in the video are the reason I can't charge these guys.
This case is really all about self-defense and whether or not he can prove to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt that the officer was not fearing for his life and that he did not shoot Blake in self-defense.
Has Jacob Blake or his family, have they said anything?
That's not how the law
Blake's father, Jacob Blake Sr., says he's not surprised by the decision. This is kind of what's been happening all over the country. He was outraged at a news conference in Chicago with the Reverend.
Sunday and stories from the program. 680's Moment Qureshi is following that story and joins us live with more.
The officer was not.
I'm reading about an hour's time. We'll get the latest details from Crime Stoppers on what their 2020 statistics were to see how well the program worked last year. But it was at this time last year that they announced some pretty significant changes to Crime Stoppers, saying they would no longer be handing out cash rewards because only 17% of people were coming to collect those rewards, instead diverting those funds to community programs, saying that you could still make anonymous tips, which is the foundation of the Crime Stoppers program. So we'll find out how those changes affected the amount of people that were calling into Crime Stoppers and how it helped them solve crimes. We also found out today the Toronto Sun reporting that the Toronto police actually have one of the highest clearance rate when it comes to homicides in North America. Inspector Hank Zinga telling the Sun that their clearance rate for homicides is 77%, that their solve rate for firearms murders is at 63%, compared to places like Chicago, which has a rate of 44%, and New York, which has a rate of 50%. So clearly Toronto homicides being solved at a significantly higher rate. Reporting live, I'm Moment Qureshi.
And on the same day, the U.S. Congress is set to certify the results in the November election. A massive political move is taking shape.
They're on the brink of a massive political shift stateside, with the Democrats within reach of controlling the entire legislative branch of government. The Dems winning one
it could
Senate.
be worse. The situation is already beyond our imagination, but it could become beyond comprehension if the health restrictions in place are not fully obeyed.
That number will likely go up after a weekend of New Year's celebrations despite lockdown rules. Again, Solis.
Hospitals are declaring internal disasters and having to open church gyms to serve as hospital units. Our healthcare workers are physically and mentally exhausted and sick.
Dr. Anish Mahajan heads Harbor UCLA Medical Center.
We are overrun in our emergency room. We are taking care of patients literally in the hallways sometimes because there's just no beds available. We have equipment that's, almost running out. And so it is a really unbelievable situation here.
They only have a few ventilators left, only a handful of high-flow oxygen, a setup that pushes high pressures of oxygen through the nose.
We're ordering more, and we will borrow if we need to from our sister hospitals, but every hospital is struggling with this.
The ICU is at 150% capacity, and the staff is getting exposed, not at work, but because there's so much community transmission. Meanwhile, so many hospitals, ERs, and ICUs are so full, it's prompted new directives from the Los Angeles County Emergency Medical Services Agency. If an EMT can't get a pulse from a person who's had a cardiac arrest after 20 minutes of trying to resuscitate them, the ambulance shouldn't bring them into the hospital because there's basically no chance of survival, and that ambulance and bed are needed for someone else. Dr. Mark Eckstein is the medical director and EMS bureau commander for the Los Angeles City Fire Department.
This is not hyperbole. We are truly in a crisis right now in Los Angeles. And even if you're fortunate enough not to get sick with COVID, if you have a heart attack, if you get into a car accident and you need emergency services, or heaven forbid you're sick or injured severely enough to require an ICU bed, no matter who you are or how good your insurance is, there's no beds.
Eckstein says they're the first line of defense and the system is strained. They face situations where 90% of the hospitals were on diversion status, meaning they were telling ambulances not to come to them. He says ambulances are waiting hours, sometimes days, to get a patient into the hospital. And with oxygen in short supply, EMTs and paramedics are now under orders not to use it unless the patient's oxygen saturation level falls below 90%.
Well, we've actually had unprecedented situations. We've had hospitals actually turn ambulances away if they refuse to accept them.
John Van Alst is an EMT. He's been doing this 27 years, and he says he's never seen anything like this.
It's tough for us to transporting these patients to the hospital and having to sit there and hold walls for hours at a time, babysitting the patients.
For hours, they sit in the ambulance or wait in a hallway with a sick patient on a gurney, unable to respond to other 911 calls. On one 24-hour shift, they are constantly transporting sick people.
We're running easily 22, 23 hours out of those 24 hours with very little downtime. So it's very stressful, and trying to find time to grab some sort of food to stay sharp and to be out there to respond.
This isn't even the peak. They expect that after New Year's transmissions in the next couple of weeks. The message from Alst, from Dr. Eckstein, and from Dr. Mahajan is stay home because the system is under unprecedented strain. Leila Falden, NPR News, Los Angeles.
Tell them about the bodies. Tell them.
Next report at 9:51, and with the forecast, here's Denise Adrianchi.
This is NPR News. Today, guaranteed high of +1, hoping for some clear breaks this afternoon and overnight as we hang on all the way through Thursday morning. Overnight tonight, down to -3, highs your -1 for Thursday, and we're hoping to crack that cloud tomorrow afternoon with some sunshine finally, and then we're very clear Thursday night. We're down to -9. Your guaranteed high today, +1.
It's overcast right now and 0 downtown. Factor in just a little bit of a wind. Feels more like -4. Out of Pearson right now, it's -1, but feeling like -6. 680 News Time, 9:43.
Now the Dynamic Funds Market Minute live from the Business Center, and we say good morning, Mike Ethel.
Hey, good morning, Irene. Good morning, Steve. We're looking at markets reacting to the blue wave in the Democrat sweep.
Precipitation 30%. Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-40s. Saturday night, clear, cold with lows in the upper 20s. Sunday and Sunday night, mostly clear. Highs in the mid-40s. Lows in the upper 20s. Monday, partly sunny. Highs in the mid-40s. Monday night, mostly cloudy in the evening, then becoming partly cloudy. A 30% chance of rain. Lows in the lower 30s. Tuesday, partly sunny. Highs in the mid-40s. Here are the 9 a.m. observations for the Northeast Piedmont. The report from the Raleigh-Durham Airport was not available. The report from Burlington was not available. Elsewhere across the state this hour, the report from Asheville was not available. The report from Charlotte was not available. The report from Greensboro was not available. At Jacksonville, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 40. The Raleigh-Durham International Airport climate summary for yesterday, January 5th, 2021. Yesterday's high temperature was 48 degrees. This high was 2 degrees below the normal high of 50. The record high is 76 degrees, which was set in 1950. Yesterday's low temperature was 29 degrees. This low was 2 degrees below the normal low of 31. The record low is 6 degrees, which was set in 1981. No precipitation fell yesterday, which leaves the monthly total at 2.18 inches. This is 1.65 inches above the normal amount of 0.53 inches for January. The total precipitation for the year still stands at 2.18 inches, which is 1.65 inches above normal. No snow fell yesterday, which brings the monthly total to 0.0 inches. The total snowfall for the season since December 1st still stands at a trace. The normal high temperature for today is 50 degrees, and the normal low is 31. The record high for today is 73, which last occurred in 1950, and the record low is 7, which occurred in 1924. Sunrise today was at 7:26 a.m. and sunset is at 5:17 p.m. At the Raleigh-Durham International Airport, this morning's low was 38 degrees. No precipitation has been reported as of 8 a.m. At the Rocky Mount Wilson Airport, this morning's low was 36 degrees. No precipitation has been reported in the last 24 hours.
It's at 1 degree.
Here is a public information statement from the National Weather Service. The warning alarm feature of the NOAA Weather and All Hazards radio will be activated for test purposes this morning between 11 a.m. and noon. This test is conducted every Wednesday morning unless there is a threat of severe weather. The current time is 9:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now here is the hazardous weather outlook for central North Carolina for today and tonight. Hazardous weather is not expected at this time. And now the extended outlook for the period Thursday through Tuesday. A period of snow or a rain-snow mix is possible across the Piedmont and far northern coastal plain Thursday night through Friday night, as a strong low-pressure system crosses the southeast and Carolinas. Accumulations ranging from a dusting to a couple of inches of wet snow is possible, particularly over the Tri and surrounding areas. Other information statement. Other activation is not expected.
Quand ces statistiques-là portent sur des tragédies humaines, ils deviennent comme des pièges. Des pièges parce que si on n'est pas prudent en les lisant, on peut évacuer le sens premier des statistiques, c'est-à-dire l'émotion que ça devrait dégager. Tu sais, à travers l'histoire, il y en a eu des chiffres de statistiques démographiques comme ça, et on a eu une conversation hier au téléphone et tu me citais Staline. J'ai trouvé ça génial. J'aime pas ça dire que Staline était génial, là, mais il y a 17 ans de vérité. Je vais essayer de te citer dans Staline. C'est un mort, c'est une tragédie. 1000 morts, c'est une statistique.
Il disait 1 million parce que lui aimait quand même les gros chiffres. Donc pour lui, 1 million, c'était une statistique. Et compte tenu des gens qui sont morts pendant qu'il a dirigé le pays, je pense que ça se compte en dizaines de millions, dans certains cas pour des raisons qui lui échappaient, comme la Deuxième Guerre mondiale. Mais effectivement, on perd le sens des individus derrière les statistiques qui donnent le vertige.
Absolument. Et ça, c'est un gros piège. Puis les exemples, il y en a des exemples. La Shoah est un exemple, la guerre du Vietnam est un exemple, 9/11 est un exemple, où on associe souvent un chiffre, c'est pas 2977, ça c'est le World Trade Center. Quand on entend ça, 2977, on se dit, oh, c'est beaucoup, hein? On va pas chercher l'émotion qui doit s'appliquer à ce genre de l'émotion humaine qui doit. Et les chiffres qu'on nous envoie quotidiennement par la tête, les chiffres de la COVID, il y a le même piège. C'est rendu ici qu'on on peut avoir le réflexe, disons, de regarder ces chiffres-là puis de se comparer, de dire, ah, on a battu l'Ontario hier. Oh, les États-Unis sont-ils pires que nous autres en termes de per capita? On est meilleurs que les autres, hein? Alors qu'on évacue. C'est quoi le sens premier? Quand tu as perdu ton voisin, ta belle-mère, ta mère, ton père, ces statistiques-là, ils prennent le bord. Et puis, il faut qu'il y ait un autre sens. Et c'est ce qui vient sauver ça. Et c'est formidable parce que c'est une de mes passions. C'est les cimetières.
Qui serait, selon toi, comme une espèce de remède qui nous permettrait non pas d'oublier, mais d'honorer ceux qui nous ont précédés?
Je pense que les cimetières corrigent un peu la situation, la situation de l'anonymat, parce que, bon, la première chose qu'on voit quand on visite ou quand on va prendre une marche dans un cimetière, ce sont des noms, puis des dates, puis des âges, puis des familles. Alors, ça vient comme humaniser un drame qui risquait de devenir un drame mathématique. Et c'est la raison pour laquelle moi, j'ai toujours été, parce que je le dirais toujours, j'ai été attiré depuis 35 ans maintenant vers les cimetières. Ça vient contrer cet effet-là de cet effet-là qui est de la froideur et le drame personnel qu'on vit et l'ennui ou le fait qu'on manque la personne qui nous a quittés vient nous faire vibrer encore quand on prend une marche dans un cimetière parce que, comme je te disais, il y a des noms, il y a des dates, il y a des souvenirs, il y a des familles, il y a des histoires, il y a de l'humanité là-dedans. Et moi, je n'ai jamais une occasion d'aller prendre une marche dans un cimetière et de m'arrêter une couple de fois devant des pierres tombales de gens que je connais pas. Mais j'essaie, à travers ce que j'y lis, le peu de renseignements que j'ai, de voir ou d'imaginer qui était cette personne-là. Est-ce que c'est une personne qui est restée dans cette paroisse-là, dans ce village-là toute sa vie? Est-ce que, puis, tu sais, il y a des noms de famille qui se répètent. Ah, je me dis, oh, les Paul-Dieu qui étaient très importants ici dans cette famille, probablement qui sont arrivés ici. Puis, je me raconte une histoire qui, peut-être, est proche de la véritable histoire. Je trouve que les cimetières viennent corriger ça.
Au point de faire des détours quand tu te déplaces, quand tu voyages, pour arrêter, aller visiter les cimetières?
Ah oui. Ah oui. Ah ouais. Tu sais, je me souviens entre autres, parce que quand tu as trois idées en même temps, là, ça ne vit pas dans ton cerveau, je ne sais pas si ça paraît. Dans les premiers cimetières, on exposait aussi des objets qui rappelaient la personne. Et quand je suis allé au cimetière de La Sarre en Abitibi, on fait un peu la même chose. On pousse un peu plus l'aspect de mémoire parce que gravé sur de nombreuses pierres, un très fort pourcentage de pierres, tu vas voir un livre, un violon, un skidoo, un 4x4, un fusil de chasse, une tente roulotte, un palmier qui rappelle que cette personne-là, M. Bolduc, adorait son chien labrador. Et tu as le chien labrador. Et ça vient me toucher. Et effectivement, je ne suis pas capable de passer à côté d'une paroisse ou d'un village, de voir le cimetière et de passer. Il faut que j'aille saluer les gens.
Est-ce que ton rapport, puisque tu parles de saluer les gens, c'est une question personnelle, mais je pense que tu en as déjà parlé, ton rapport au cimetière a changé?
Trucks trucking down the lane again, I give a fuck about the highway ahead of
I'll be bringing back the holocaust. Hit him up, long distance, no polygon. Love me when I pop it up, treat me like a movie star. Now she wanna love me cause I'm back from the metal box. Cocaine white, like I'm walking around with cotton balls. Treat it like an acrobat, flipping and I'm touching down. Niggas talking like they G, all they do is rap beat. Talking all that shit up, been on Snack DVD. Certain mans get crushed, I rude and keep it hush. Certain mans get crushed, I rude and keep it hush. You better who, when, where, never. Are you done?
I only started sharing my ideas of my body to small research.
In general. Are you dumb, bad, or cool, when, where, never fix so I let my dreads hang, put 12K from my teeth back. If you're shorty meaning that I might just had a fit. I'm the shopper's drug mart booming in the 6. How you get it out the mud, community housing. North side of the rest, places you weren't allowed in. Bitches used to act like the kid and I wanna see me. Told her put these on so you can see me coming in 3D. Insurance coming to the money, you looking like Bueller. If it's not for everybody, I had to maneuver. We were shooting for the stars, that was that way they were shooting. I go rob the builder for the fix up if you acting funny. Yeah. Are you dumb? Certain mans get crushed on road and keep it hush. A nigga wrote a statement on me, who can I trust? My mom's denying a women's shelter, it was just us. A man tried to come for the kid, I told him head back ever. Before they start aiming at your head back. You get that? Backhand the back of your head until you head back. They wanna let they sick in the head, but then we get there. They're trying to put a 4 in our road and then we head there. Going down like Titanic is high, if I were head at. Keep a young mind with me, that will make you say ooh. 4-1 to the west, bumping that day east. In my city, little nigga, I'm a don like you. She wanna be my Playboy bunny, I guess I'm you. I came from the Rex where they good with the text. SMS got a text like your wife giving thanks. It's don't get close, so we the gang. It's don't get close, you will get smoked, you cannot hang. I'll shoot his neck, I'll shoot his chest, I'll shoot his fangs. It's don't get close, so we the gang. Hold up, beat him hard as stone. Y'all better stop, blocks like turning up to the dark side. All of them, we talk a lot. See him and they nodding block. Matching us behind the map. Know what I will do to us. So on the clock, I'll be bringing back the Holocaust. Hit him up, long distance, no contact. Love me when I pop it up, treat me like a movie star. Now she wanna love me cause I'm back from the metal box. Cocaine white, like I'm walking around with cotton balls. Treat it like an acrobat, flipping and I'm stretching down. Niggas talking like they G's, all they do is rap beat. Talking all that shit up, bit on Snack DVD. Certain mans get crushed on road and keep it hush. Certain man gotta fix up quick. The general. Are you dumb, bad, or cool, when, where, never fix them. I let my dreads hang, put 12K from my teeth back. If you're shorty fiending, then I might just had a fix. I'm the shopper's drug mart booming in the 6. How you get it out the mud, community housing. North side of the wreck.
Mi'kmaq fishers are falsely blamed for.
Yep.
All I have in this world. First, we celebrate.
The weed and the sugar in my mouth are not making a good taste mix.
Yes, nigga. Word take it. Yes, nigga. Word take it. We slim. We out here. Don't get close, nigga. We the creators and the shooters behind.
Welcome to Mi'kmaq.
Well. But through the last of a time period, twin hammers look like the Siamese. I got that beam from the Japanese, man.
Yes, nigga. Word take. What up, nigga? Free Slim. We out here. Don't get close, nigga. We the Caribbeans, OGs, the white lights, 70s and 90s, so don't sleep, no, nigga, we are one, won't matter who it is, bound to get the job right, we the Caribbeans got the shooters behind OGs, the white lights, 70s and 90s, so don't sleep, nigga, we are one, don't matter who it is, bound to get the job right, on the same shit, with the same click, never gonna change, no, nigga, only change hoes, and the pool, but only if it's fucking up, place of aim, and niggas above the button, and hard in the paint, no patch of fucking no, patch of flip, that to get our shit up, all the other hot shit, it's a stick up, never a 9 to 5, cause I ain't got no day job, from the slums, little homie, where we play hard, you don't wanna see the 30 when it sprays on, 22 for walk around, 3/8 for the beef, the 40 to lick them down, the max for the EC, heard niggas saying about they wanna make tracks with us, what for that, didn't even crack to us, going hard in the booth, it's a takeover hard, and the brown into your face that I should make over 25 for a Q, the rest profit hustlers when I say won't sleep till I knock it, and don't push me cause I ain't in the top game, 12-year-old fool so I ain't scared if you got it, y'all got it, is it me you comparing to, I ain't finished my fair share yet, but that air them just started, and I ain't talking about no drum shot, brush them off, don't top, you know the cold hurt my tracks, didn't think I was capable, 4 or 5 pipe on my hand, it's a trace of shit, didn't think I was capable, 4 or 5 pipe on my hand, it isn't traceable.
You niggas don't ride something like a flat tire. Aim a fire at your back, you will be backfire. Cause my gas the same size as a blow dry. Never true in your raps, with some damn lies. Break jobs, make them spit through the wire. And you don't supply shit, you a buyer. I'm the king of gang rap, call me sire. That's me, but privately you rate and admire. Tell the truth, you rubber grip tight, no pliers. I gotta take you out, call it quits or retire. You go, the 4th room down, 5th lift them up. Bells don't leave shells, so I'm switching up. Do something like a bus driver still picking up. Got your hands in your pocket, nigga, stick them up. I'm a projects, money's no objects. So we finger fuck max and we podcast. Slide in, slide out, got where we ride out. Down go, I got rounds at you dumb clowns. You're standing up till I tell them sit down. Stomach on the ground, hands behind your back, on your neck. When I'm digging in your pants.
Welcome to me.
This week, I check up on. This week, how? Motherfucker pole. Fuck.
Why don't you come around here and I'll make you feel right at home? From the couch to the floor, we'll be in the zone. Let's get it on till the dawn arises. Kiss missing in the midst of the praying horizon. The moon chemistry is what I'm feeling from you. A perfect love story with a rough draft prelude. I wanna make it right and follow right through. Honey, breakfast in bed is something I can do for you. Get your mangoes from the tip of my tongue, and I can get it done. So baby, give me some, and I can give you some, and we can go from there. Keep it PG, but you sit with a beat. Let me walk the trail and watch the sunset and the moon and touch rails. Get rocked by the river and sit on the beach. Quiet times in the city can never be reached. So baby, you can do your thing, and I can do my thing. No, we can do our thing. Say it.
Racks in with the job, son.
With all due respect.
Look at this.
Mi'kmaq fishers are falsely blamed for.
Yeah.
All I have in this world is my. First, we celebrate.
I'm from the West End. Nigga, what you saying? I'm from the West End. I'm from the West End. Yo, I'm coming straight from the West End. Move from the Jane to the West End. Watch how you talk when you walk through my hood, cause you know that my niggas be pressing. Heavy artillery weapons. Ain't really into the questions. I ain't condoning the violence. These youngins are wildin', they move kinda reckless. Got the keys. Police stay petting niggas. Stay cheese. A familiar face taxing niggas. Safety. Didn't even wanna slap the nigga. He made me. Ain't nobody telling me nothing. I knew from a youngin' that I be the one I hit stuntin'. Now all of these rappers is bugging. You live in the birds and you act like you came up from nothing. Shout out to my niggas on the plaza. Lane to connection, Southside Gaza. When I roll my backwood, better have Brava. Never leave the house without my iPhone charger. Well,
Welcome to Mi'kmaq. Welcome to Mi'kmaq, man.
Yeah, you already know who it is.
Jump in the water, speed that flow. Don't go against that flow. Speed that flow, speed that.
Fucking Friday night, where the fuck is everybody? I just wanna party, like I won the lottery. Fucking Friday night, where the fuck is everybody? I just wanna party, like I won the lottery. I just wanna party, like I won the lottery. I just wanna party, like I won the lottery. Fucking Friday night, where the fuck is everybody? I just wanna party, like I won the lottery. Where you at? Hit me up, where the money, where the stacks? Get this paper, get this cash. No, we here, with my niggas in the trash. Put it in, flip it quick, get it back. Add me up, with my niggas in the room. Cleaning up, sweeping up with a broom. Run it down, run it down, run it down. Double cup, double cup, double cup. So I got a couple racks today. Didn't think I'd make it, but I made it back today. Cashing out in the bank every day. Put in work, get paid. Where my niggas at? Fucking Friday night, where the fuck is everybody? I just wanna party, like I won the lottery. Fucking Friday night, where the fuck is everybody? I just wanna party, like I won the lottery. I just wanna party, like I won the lottery. I just wanna party, like I won the lottery. Fucking Friday night, where the fuck is everybody? I just wanna party, like I won the lottery. Just got off the plane, juice all in my veins, 6 buzzing my name. No one on these flames. Fucking Friday night, I ain't playing no games. I'm that West End chick that was raised in the lane. And yeah, you won't believe, pay up, just raise the fee. They calling, but they can't get a hold of me. The Freestyle Friday BET, raise a bar for the scene. If the work ain't clean, don't come for me. They show up before, but they don't wanna come around. I'ma ride this way, cause I wanna ride now. I'ma spark this place till the fire burn out. I'm over before, but I'm almost done now. Fucking Friday night, where the fuck is everybody? I just wanna party, like I won the lottery. Fucking Friday night, where the fuck is everybody? I just wanna party, like I won the lottery. I just wanna party, like I won the lottery. I just wanna party, like I won the lottery. Fucking Friday night, where the fuck is everybody? I just wanna party, like I won the lottery.
Welcome to Mi'kmaq Matters, a podcast about the Mi'kmaq people and the Halibu First Nation.
I'm over here fucking with TF Travis and Floyd. I'm in a block right now. Drinking. Hey, stay on the phone.
Hey, fuck y'all. Hey, my arm hurt.
Hey, how you doing? All right. Bro. Come on, chill.
No, nigga. I gotta go back to my house.
Man, you been looking for me. What I do? It's a wrap.
I might die for this shit, nigga. All them homicides just on Tripp, nigga. Gang banging that Tripp shit. Niggas calling up cause of them blue shades. My peoples, it was right behind, and ain't no nigga pulling up in no new rave. It was cool to that gang raid. Now these tough guys just never act right. Blood can fill a whole bathtub. Let these blood brothers get baptized. Blacklisted on the bad guy, plus some dark skin, so I'm the black guy. Never see me like black ice, and we still pack cannons at shack size. Niggas swear that they're the man, but the light skin brother like, really what you talking about? Niggas say you in the can, try to kill him on the track, let the people still chop him up. I ain't trust anybody that'll walk around. Park car, the only reason that they popping up. Niggas skins on my shoes like crocodiles. They know they fucking with me like a crocodile. Gang. Yelling that shit that you never been a part of. I know niggas I got waiting for the startup. D-Rose and they ain't even put a startup. Not one person goes out for the city, got a mainstream level. Talk about the type of sex product. Tell me if they ever seen a bike that is out of. Not me out and mad that I got it. TCP ring like a nigga just a product. Think he's styling on you cause you seen him in his product. Big gun bust from a nigga look a marker. Party next door, I need a shot to get a parker. Tell Jay Prince I don't give a fuck, yo. Fighting for a rap with a cut though. Squinting in around in a touch flow. But they agree to keep it on the hush though.
I'm blued up, I'm crewed up. For the F43G, I'm shoed up. Any nigga that really want it, I'ma find it. 32 shots and skeletons up the closet. You don't wanna be back down with your belly up. 4 double law niggas hopping on the heavy truck. We get.
I'm over here fucking with TF Travis and Floyd. I'm in a block right now. Drinking. Hey, stay on the phone.
Hey, fuck y'all. Hey, my arm hurt.
Hi, how you doing? Bro. That people do not lose their health care. That's the work that I will be focused on. And I think that work is its own power as we try to bring the country together.
Let me ask you, Leslie, about the work. Where do you stand on the progressive or moderate scale? Let me put a direct question to you. Do you think the Senate should push for progressive climate legislation like the Green New Deal?
I think that we need common sense reform on a whole range of issues. There's no question that climate change is real. There's work we need to do on that front. And I'll be focused on getting that work done. I think too often, even in the places where there's agreement, at least among ordinary people, that we need movement, we get no movement. And that's quite frankly because someone other than the people owns our democracy. And so one of the things that I'll be very focused on is the outside influence of well-connected corporate interests in our politics. I think if the people can get their democracy back, we can get the reform that we need around issues of environmental justice, around healthcare, and a whole range of concerns.
Reverend Raphael Warnock, the winner of last night's Senate election in the state of Georgia. Thank you for your time, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
In a few days, the only woman on federal death row is set to be executed. Lisa Montgomery is 52 years old, and her lawyers are asking President Trump to grant clemency. They say she committed her crime after a lifetime of being tortured. The crime itself is extremely disturbing, and we'll warn you we're about to describe it. Here's NPR's Cheryl Corley.
Lisa Montgomery was convicted 13 years ago in Missouri for fatally strangling 23-year-old Bobby Jo Stinnett. Stinnett was 8 months pregnant. Montgomery cut open her body, stole her child, and tried to pass it off as her own. Montgomery attorney Kelly Henry acknowledges the crime was horrific. She says it never would have occurred if someone had stopped the daily terror that Montgomery suffered at the hands of her mother and stepfather.
She might
Not
need to be segregated
only
from society.
the multiple gang rapes, which took place over a period of years, but also physical abuse, psychological abuse.
And that trauma, says Henry, caused Montgomery to suffer severe mental illness. A woman on federal death row hasn't been executed since 1953. It was just last year that the Justice Department revived federal executions after a hiatus of nearly 2 decades. Under the Trump administration, 10 men on death row have been executed. Henry says her team was shocked when a date for Montgomery was set.
There are 30 people on federal death row whose convictions predate Mrs. Montgomery's. There's simply no justification for choosing her above all others.
A federal judge delayed the December execution after Henry and another attorney contracted severe cases of COVID-19. Yesterday, they filed a clemency petition asking President Trump to commute Montgomery's sentence to life in prison. The family of Bobby Jo Stinnett declined to speak with NPR, but there have been vigils in Missouri to support the family. During a press conference yesterday, Montgomery's sister, Diane Mattingly, apologized to the family. She and others say they are not excusing Montgomery's actions, but her life provides some context.
I am bruised, but she is broken.
Mattingly says she was also sexually abused when the young sisters lived together, but she was placed in a foster home. Her sister was left behind to suffer repeated sexual abuse by her stepfather and his friends, while her mother offered her child to other men for money.
The thing is that if somebody would have stepped up when Lisa was young and stood up for her and got her out of that home, none of this would have ever happened.
Law professor Sandra Babcock is the faculty director of the Cornell Center on the Death Penalty worldwide. She says there have been cases similar to Montgomery's, but with a different outcome.
Unlike Lisa's, the prosecutors recognized and juries recognized that the crime was a product of their mental illness. And as a result, not one of those women is today facing the death penalty.
Montgomery's attorneys are appealing next week's execution date. Babcock says she's encouraged President Trump recently commuted the sentence of another woman who was the victim of child sex trafficking.
And that does give us hope that he will have empathy for Lisa
and that with just a few days in office, the president will decide that it's punishment enough for a traumatized, mentally ill woman who committed the terrible act to live the rest of her life in prison. Cheryl Corley, NPR News.
Well, now she
This
lives
is
somewhere
NPR
where she
News.
can't do that ever again, eh? Well, presumably. It's almost impossible. This is my baby. Yeah, I could. Yeah.
Man, you been looking for me. What I do? Got the gun. It's a wrap.
I might die for this shit, nigga. All them homicides was on Trip, nigga. Gang banging that Trip shit. Niggas calling up cause of them blue shades. My peoples, it was right behind, and then no nigga pulling up in no new rave. It was cool to the gang rave.
What a
Now
day.
this tough guy just never act right. Blood can fill a whole bathtub. Let these blood brothers get baptized. Blacklisted on the bad guy, plus some dark skin, so I'm the black guy. Never see me like black eyes, and we still pack cannons at shack size. Niggas swear that they're the man, not a light skin brother like, really what you talking about? Niggas say you in the can, try to kill him on the track, let the people still chop him up. I ain't trust anybody that'll walk around. Pop kind, only reason that they popping up. Niggas skins on my shoes like crocodiles. They know they fucking with me like a crocodile. Gang. Yelling that shit that you never been a part of. I know niggas I got waiting for the startup. D-Rose and they ain't even put his cut up. Not one person goes hot for the city, got a mainstream level. Talk about a topic that's product. Tell me if they ever seen a bite that is hot up. Not me out and mad that I got him. TCP ring like a nigga just a product. Think he's styling on you cause you seen him in his product. Big gun bust from a nigga look a marker. Party next door, I need a shot in the pocket. Tell Jay Prince I don't give a fuck, yo. Fighting for a rat with a cut though. Quitting in a round and a touch flow. But they agree to keep it on the hush though.
I'm blued up, I'm crewed up. For the F43G, I'm shoed up. Any nigga that really want it, I'ma find it. 32 shots, and skeletons out the closet. You don't wanna be back down with your belly up. 4 double law niggas hopping on the heavy truck. We give bullets, but niggas don't give any fucks. Mac ain't auto, but I show you how to semi-buck. Type of strap, you may need to get rid of me. Really take headshots, so who's guillotine? You ain't know I really bang in these streets. Got heat from the west, but I'll bang in the east, nigga. Crip. I rep a gang that you never been a part of. I put that on my mother and I put that on my daughter. If you diss one of my brothers, then your blacks get it shot up. I'm like Welvin, yelling out God him. So you ain't gotta ask Biggie Smalls who shot him. I got a Biggie pump that'll work when I pop up. Had to move work in the slums just to guap up. Now I hit the club, tell the bartender top up. It's locks well, so for lock, you'll get shot up. Now I hit the club, tell the bartender top up. It's locks well, so for lock.
I'm over here fucking with TF Travis and Floyd. I'm on a block right now. Drinking. Stay on the phone.
Hey, hey, my arm hurt.
Hi, how you doing?
You read me all right?
Club one of the game. Bro. Come on, chill.
I gotta go back to my house. For what?
Man, you been looking for me. What I do?
Got the gun. It's a wrap.
I might die for this shit, nigga. All them homicides was on Trip, nigga. Gang banging that Trip shit. Niggas calling up cause of them blue shades. My peoples, it was right behind, and then no nigga pulling up in no new rave. It was cool to the gang rave. Now these tough guys just never act right. Blood can fill a whole bathtub. Let these blood brothers get baptized. Blacklisted on the bad guy, plus some dark skin, so I'm the black guy. Never see me like black eyes, and we still pack cannons at shack size. Niggas swear that they're the man, not a light skin brother like, really what you talking about? Niggas say you in the can, try to kill him on the track, let the people still chop him up. I ain't trust anybody that'll walk around. Pop kind, only reason that they popping up. Niggas skins on my shoes like crocodiles. They know they fucking with me like a crocodile. Gang.
Yelling that shit that you never been a part of. I know niggas I got waiting for the startup. D-Rose and they ain't even put his gutter. Look, one person goes hot for the city, got a mainstream level. Talk about the topics that's product. Show me if they ever seen a bite that is out of. Not me out and mad that I got him. CCP relay, the nigga just a product. If you styling, I need you to see him in his product. Big gun bust from a nigga look a marker. Party next door, I need a shot in a buckle. Tell Jay Prince, I don't give a fuck, yo. Fighting for a rap with a cut, though. Quitting in a round and a touch flow. But they agree to keep it on the hush, though.
I'm blued up, I'm crewed up. For the F43G, I'm shoed up. Any nigga that really want it, I'ma prime it. 32 shots, and skeletons out the closet. You don't wanna be back down with your belly up. 4 double law niggas hopping on the heavy truck. We give bullets, but niggas don't give any bucks. Not gang auto, but I show you how to semi-buck. Type of strap, you may need to get rid of me. Really take headshots, so who's guillotine? You ain't know I really bang in these streets. Got heat from the west, but I'll bang in the east. Nigga, crip. I rep a gang that you never been a part of. I put that on my mother and I put that on my daughter. If you just one of my brothers, then your blacks get it shot up. I'm like Welvin, yelling out God 'em, so you ain't gotta ask Biggie Smalls who shot him. I got a Biggie pump that'll perk when I pop up. Had to move work in the slums just to guap up. Now I hit the club, tell the bartender top up. The stocks well, so for lock, you'll get shot up. Now I hit the club, tell the bartender top up. The stocks well, so for lock, you'll get shot up.
I might die for this shit, nigga. All them homicides was on.
They told me them Wicks and niggas is better than me. They told me them G-Way niggas is better than me. They told me them Reacher niggas is better than me. Got this devil.
This week, Mi'kmaq Matters receives federal funding to intervene in the environmental assessment of a Valentine.
It is official, banging out an issue. Just got fucked, waiting on the whistle. My shot bangs loud like a pistol. One bullet turn a nigga to a cripple. Mine's not stable, body's not able to hold it. So I ease down with the potion. Hanging with the hypno, I turn my open. Nobody slam, slapping in a full clip. Head wide open, barrel still smoking. Don't get close when we're in motion. From the day I got my flow, it got stolen. Young niggas, drunk niggas, crazy like the omen. Leave it wide open, gushing out organs. Live niggas riding up 7 in the morning. Catch him while he on it, walk him right on it. Knock him out his legs, his leg, and his Jordan. They don't got stripes cause they fighting just to earn it. They don't got bridges in my city cause they burned them. We were buying keys, you didn't hire for the murder. Put a couple G's on your life like I'm sure.
Niggas said this, calling me a cobra. Me, I'm just a general, defending my soldiers. It's all the work, hit that shit like a controller. Niggas said this, calling me a me, I'm just a general, defending my soldiers. It's all the work, hit that shit like a controller.
Niggas lying, say they riding in the house. Till I run up on these niggas for the scotch. If I let it clap, he ain't never coming back. I was that drunk, I ain't never going back. Take a walk on my block, it's constant. Welcome to the block. Every nigga's clock's lit, guns by the boxes, houses like trenches. 80-year-old men buying work with their pension. I remember running from detention, now running from the bullpen and the West detention. 24K chains looking like a lemon. Doing what is spitting crack, nigga, I sell it. She want an escort, she an expert. Long time, so she famous for the aspirin. She only shake it, she ain't no dancer. Booty hanging and it looks like her back here. Pussy cat all black, color cancer. Bustin' wide open, I don't need a password. Booty still smoking, ain't worried about cancer. Worried about drugs, guns, money, and the slime.
Niggas said this, calling me a cobra. I'm just a general, defending my soldier. It's all the work, hit that shit like a controller. Niggas said this, calling me a me, I'm just a general, defending my soldier. It's all the work, hit that shit like a controller. Me, I'm just a work,
It's something like a trouble love, yeah. Like all you need is a little donut. The only love is to get down, but they get no love. Yeah, run down.
Everything is different again. I used to see it at a normal rush hour on Monday with a snowstorm, and then 6 months in a row.
And this shipping bottleneck could have ripple effects across the country. That story this afternoon on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Time on that this afternoon. It's 3:30 in the afternoon in University. You've been missing on the clock.
Hey, don't miss out. I was the past and you're missing the Huda. I'm the funky Buddha. I'm gonna up your fucked up styles to get wicked. So come on, it's like we're up and kick it. Realize the outlaw style. It was like there's a hide and jump out of it. When they see me, drop them down.
This is Wednesday, January the 6th.
Some significant changes in the way they do things. We'll find out if those changes have any sort of impact as they release their 2020 statistics. In the U.S. on the one,
Here in North America, Main Street closing in on its all-time high.
But they're all on the new route. So the only thing to mention is the westbound 407. Two ramp issues. Southbound Kennedy ramp to westbound 407 closed, and the westbound 407 ramp to Warden has the right lane blocked on it. In both cases, crews are doing snow removal on those ramps. And then we have maintenance work west of Huron, Ontario. 3 left lanes are blocked, only the right lane getting past, but it's not causing a delay through the area. Otherwise, the highway's in just fine shape. No other spots where lanes are blocked, and volume light, so no delays either. On city streets, you'll also find a similar state of affairs. We don't have any reported collisions, and none of our construction spots really causing major delays. You will find it a little bit slow along Finch between the 400 and Keel. Long-term single-lane construction there. Get the latest breaking news and important updates that are affecting your communities and our country every night with City News at 6 and 11, only on City TV. Next report at 10:41, and with the forecast, here's Denise Andriacci.
A mostly cloudy day today, guaranteed high +1. Hoping for a few sunny breaks here and there. It won't be much if we see any at all peeking through that cloud. We've really been hanging on to the gray skies lately, and we'll continue with a mostly cloudy sky overnight tonight, down to -3, the guaranteed high +1.
Right now in downtown, overcast is 0, feeling more like -4 when you factor in that wind. Out of Pearson, it's -1, but feeling like -6. City News Time 10:32.
It's another day of more than 3,000 COVID-19 cases in Ontario, with the usual hotspots, including Toronto and Peel region.
Now this with Peel's top doctor and Toronto's mayor urging people to stay the course when it comes to slowing the spread of COVID-19. 680's Caitlin Lee joining us live with the latest this morning. Caitlin.
Yeah, Steve, Ontario reporting 3,266 cases of COVID-19 today, with 51,000 tests completed yesterday. 805 of those cases in Toronto 523 in Peel, and 349 in York Region. These steadily high numbers, as well as action being taken in Quebec, prompting questions about whether a curfew could be implemented in Toronto to curb the spread of the virus. Mayor John Tory telling Roz and Mocha on KISS 92.5 the concern is definitely there.
If you look at the numbers of people that are going into the hospitals and into the ICUs, double-digit percentage increases in the last week or 10 days, and a lot of them people who are not older. They're younger people. The fastest-growing group, again, has been people under the age of 39.
But he says he will leave it up to health experts to decide whether a curfew could be the best action to take. Peel Region's Dr. Lawrence Lowe saying people can't let the hope that comes with a vaccine make us complacent.
I'm deeply concerned that this week we have started to see increases in cases and a surge related to the holidays that is being seen here in Peel and throughout the province of Ontario.
Now, Ontario so far picking up the pace when it comes to vaccinations. As of 8 o'clock on Tuesday, 60,380 doses of both the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines were given out, 9,795 in one day. That's a boost from previous days. And Ontario also reporting 860 people have been totally vaccinated against the virus, receiving 2 required doses.
You have a dog?
Doug Ford and Christine Elliott expected to deliver a daily update at 1 o'clock this afternoon. We'll carry that live right here on 680 News. Reporting live, I'm Caitlin Lee.
680 News Time, 10:35. A nurse at a long-term care home in Mississauga has died from COVID-19. Maureen Ambersley is described as dedicated in her work at the Extended Care Nursing Home. She was 57 years old and leaves behind her parents and 2 children. In a statement, the union representing 60,000 healthcare workers in Ontario says her death was preventable and the result of ongoing policy failures. Ambersley is the 4th member of the union to die during the pandemic.
You're listening to 680 News. Well, a lot of parents are counting down the days until their young kids return to the classroom. Some health experts are now warning with the COVID rate soaring, the province should perhaps rethink its return plan. 680's Carl Hansky is in South Riverdale with the story and reaction.
The numbers just don't add up to reopening schools right now, according to some health experts who are concerned that with COVID-19 test positivity rates approaching 10%, schools will basically become super spreaders. Some parents agree.
We're dealing with record high numbers right now. Just, let's keep the kids at home for a few more weeks.
Quebec has already decided to keep kids home for another week. This mom says it's all so confusing.
People think it's safe, and then other people are living in fear. So what do you say to that?
Epidemiologist Amy Greer says letting kids back into school now was, quote, reckless and dangerous. Ontario Education Minister Stephen Lecce is telling parents that schools are not a source of community spread and is reassuring them that elementary schools will open Monday. Out on School Watch, I'm Carl Hansky.
A doctor who sits on the province's COVID-19 advisory board has now resigned and is apologizing after going on a tropical vacation over the holidays. 680's Laura Carney reports. Dr. Tom Stewart says he regrets this non-essential travel and that he's sorry. Stewart, who is also the CEO of the Niagara Health System and the St. Joseph's Health System, was approved for vacation from December 18th to January 5th. And in that time, he traveled to the Dominican Republic. Stewart has now resigned from the province's command table that was set up to advise the government about COVID-19. That resignation has been accepted by the Deputy Health Minister, who released a statement saying the people of Ontario have made countless sacrifices during the pandemic, and it remains critically important that everyone continues to follow public health advice. Stewart joins the growing list of Canadian politicians and public figures that have admitted to traveling abroad despite repeated calls to stay home. I'm Laura Carney.
Well, Toronto police, of course, recognizing the role that Crime Stoppers plays in helping to fight crime in this community. And in fact, Crime Stoppers is going to do a little look back, I guess you could say, at 2020 this morning. 680's Momin Qureshi joins us live now to explain. Momin.
Steve, that news conference happening right now with Crime Stoppers, taking a look back at 2020 and how effective their program was. Now, just a year ago, Crime Stoppers did make some significant changes to the way they do things. They used to hand out cash rewards, but they found that only 17% of people were collecting those rewards. But they decided to stop doing that and instead divert that money to community programs. So we'll see what effect that had. They said all the tips coming into Crime Stoppers would remain anonymous, so they're unveiling those stats right now, and I'll have all the details for you coming up at 11 o'clock. Reporting live, I'm Owen Qureshi.
The World Junior Hockey Championship came to a stunning end for Team Canada in Edmonton. Simon Bennett has more.
Canada had been untested at this tournament. They hadn't even trailed in a single game until last night when the USA took a 2-0 lead, then rode the stellar goaltending of Spencer Knight. The USA celebrating the win in Edmonton.
Red, white, blue, and gold.
The U.S. taking gold for the first time since 2017. Canadian players in tears while receiving their silver medals. Canada's Dylan Cousins.
We lost the gold medal game. There's no, we feel horrible. It sucks.
And so ends this tournament, held in unusual pandemic conditions with no fans. The Canadian team together as a group since late November, including a 2-week quarantine. Next year's tournament scheduled to be held back in Edmonton along with Red Deer. I'm Simon Bennett.
Coming up, we'll check on the price at the pumps, and here's a hint you might want to fill up before midnight.
680 News Time, 10:39.
The Chesterfield Shop.
Hi, Steve here from the Chesterfield Shop.
And Pam, too.
My family has had the privilege of serving this great community since 1948, and I'm sad to say that our famous in-store Boxing Week sale will be postponed for the first time in over 72 years.
We hope that all of our 5 great locations will soon be open, and believe me, you'll be happy that you waited. Chesterfield Shop.
Even if something simple as helping in the lockers. This is the first group of 6th graders I would not have taught them how to do the combination.
This is the situation at the Cleveland Metropolitan School District, which serves roughly 35,000 students. Like other big urban districts in the state, Cleveland schools have been completely remote this year. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine has called for teachers, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, anyone else who comes into contact with students, to be included in the next wave of COVID-19 vaccinations. And Thornton says she's good with that.
As long as this is going to have some benefit for the student, I'm good. It wouldn't be right for us not to do it.
The governor's plan puts teachers and staff near the front of the distribution line, which puts Ohio in step with states like Utah, California, and New York. The goal is to start vaccinating teachers and staff by the end of the month and to have students back in school in March, either full-time or as part of a hybrid model. Sherry Obrensky is head of the union representing teachers in Cleveland. She questions DeWine's timeframe, especially if staff need 2 shots each, and thus far the vaccination rate in the state has been slow.
We also need to be concerned with the other aspects of reopening. The need for appropriate ventilation is still going to be there. Maintaining social distance and mask wearing is still going to be necessary.
And Obrensky says many teachers don't want to get the vaccine because of a historic and racially based mistrust of the medical system, or because they don't want to be guinea pigs for a vaccine developed in under a year. And then there's the students. Even if they're masked with safety protocols in place, Cleveland educators like Rita Berry worries about the students spreading the virus amongst each other.
Because a lot of our kids are being raised by grandparents and older, those people that are not in line to be vaccinated. So what do? You still have the problem of them taking it back home to someone else.
So, they all have very different backstories, but they all belong to a world I've created called Blamo.
Linda Zoltan Wood's 14-year-old shares an art project with their teacher during an online class. As for a return to in-person learning, Wood says her kid has breathing issues and her husband has asthma, which makes the family high risk.
There is no way we're going to have our kid exposed to somebody else who has it and bring it home. I'm so glad that the teachers are going to get vaccinated. Until all the students are vaccinated, it's not happening, not for us.
So here in Cleveland, there are obviously obstacles to getting
it's done. You're not
but
even
there is
understanding
consensus that educators ought to be prioritized as the essential workers that they are. For NPR News, I'm Jenny Hamlin.
Racially based mistrust.
This is NPR News.
It's not mistrust. You experiment on us because niggers don't feel pain. They're subhumans. They're not even animals.
The balance of power in Washington is front and center as Georgia voters determine control of the Senate, and Congress meets to certify November's election results. That's next time on Here and Now.
NPR News and this public radio station keep you in the know. Listen at work, wherever you're working. Just ask your smart speaker to play NPR to stay connected at home.
Good morning, I'm Noelle King. Some states have a flag, some states have a flower too. So who's to say you can't have a state dinosaur? Massachusetts lawmaker Jack Lewis is inviting kids to vote on which dinosaur should represent the Bay State. The choice is between Podokesaurus holyokensis and Anchisaurus polyzelus. If I were a betting person, I'd put my money on that second one. It's Morning Edition. Support for NPR comes from this station and from Morgan Stanley with their podcast Thoughts on the Market, offering concise takes on current events and their implications for financial markets. 3 minutes an episode, 3 times a week. Thoughts on the Market. From C3. C3.ai software enables organizations to use artificial intelligence at enterprise scale, solving previously unsolvable business problems. Learn more at C3.ai. And from the Annie E. Casey Foundation.
It's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Steve Inskeep.
And I'm Noelle King. Good morning. A new year means new music, and the NPR music team is sharing some of the albums they are most excited about.
Hi, my name is Soraya Mohammed. I'm a producer with NPR.
For the following counties, Yonkers, North Carolina. The flood warning is in effect. The flood warning continues for the News River at Smithfield. Until further notice. At 9:15 a.m. Wednesday, the stage was 16.3 feet. The flood stage is 15.0 feet. Minor flooding is occurring and minor flooding is forecast. Recent activity at the maximum river stage in the 24 hours ending at 9:15 a.m. Wednesday was 17.9 feet.
This is real life shit, can't change it for an instant. Blood, sweat, and tears, now everyone's against it. Trying to step in our way, man, you ass will get popped. Got homies on every corner, none afraid to get shot. You hear it drop, here comes the end of your life. Hollow points cutting through you like the edge of a knife. It's getting harder to see, step away from the light. Cause I'm the devil in disguise, I stole your soul tonight. What?
I stole your soul tonight. I'm the devil in disguise. I stole your soul tonight. I stole your soul tonight. I'm the devil in disguise. I stole your soul tonight. I stole your soul tonight. I'm the devil in disguise. I stole your soul tonight. What? Yeah, I stole your soul tonight. Devil in disguise. Stole your soul tonight.
As you wake up in the dark and not realizing I'm there, go ahead and reach for the light. You won't find one there. This is the darkness inside, mixed with the pain that you feel. Hear the voices calling out another soul to conceal. You see the tears in the eyes, that's what's causing the pain. Staring at yourself blind, you can't remember the name. Call me whatever you like, but let it be told, I'm the devil in disguise and the possessor of souls.
The possessor of souls, the devil in disguise, yeah. The possessor of souls. The possessor of souls, I'll be the devil in disguise. The possessor of souls. The possessor of souls, I'll be the devil in disguise. The possessor of souls. The possessor of souls, devil in disguise. The possessor of souls.
Yeah, abstract. Let's go. And mama knows she didn't raise no Twitter. Now follow me just like a fan on Twitter. You know I'm going to get my pop just like a favorite time. So if you with me, get your goddamn hands up. And mama knows she didn't raise no Twitter. Now follow me just like a fan on Twitter. You know I'm going to get my pop just like a favorite time. So if you with me, get your goddamn hands up. Right, listen in, teach you some discipline. The ABSTRAKT against the record fed laws. Don't come out at the dark. Real gangsters packing more Iron Man than Tony Stark. Call it the verbal bark. Y'all sound like kittens. Blow your mind all the time. Whether freestyle the written. Did you bring your mittens? Better grab a sweater. Smells like burnt toast. MCs I roasted it. I'm so much better.
Not gonna be conceited, just trying to get noticed. But I'll do it regardless of whether my dreams are hopeless. So don't lose focus. No HD, do it for hip hop. So thank God for my ABCs. Yeah,
and still you know where I'm coming from. When the mic is live, you could call it troublesome. Damn, there goes another one, biting the dust rapidly. Call me your majesty, I took the crowd so drastically. All those rapping after me, best to bring your A game. While I maintain the elevation of an airplane. On another level, recognize it's abstract. Sounds good, yo Matty Hood, bring the hook back. And mama knows she didn't raise no Twitter. Now follow me just like the fan on Twitter. You know I'm going to get my props just like I'm Carrot Top. So if you with me, get your goddamn hands up. And mama knows she didn't raise no Twitter. Now follow me just like a fan on Twitter. You know I'm going to get my props just like I'm Carrot Top. So if you with me, get your goddamn hands up. Now we've all been through the highs and the lows. Continue carrying on with the rhymes and the flows. Keep your head held high and always stay focused. Make your magic happen and poof, it's hocus pocus.
like I wave my magic wand and make amazing happen. Ain't the NBA, but you could say I'm full court trapping. Yeah, I got this shit on lock. It consistently getting better after each tick-tock of the clock.
What do I gotta prove to get it through to you? Nothing in the way of the dreams that I pursue. Everybody needs one, cause once it's yours, it's yours. A wise man once told me that when it rains, it pours. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if I'm not mistaken, life's what you make it, and this world is mine for the taking. So step aside, your reflection's in my rear view. No surprise, my eyes got that THC crystal clear. And mama knows she didn't raise no Twitter. Now follow me just like the fan on Twitter. You know I'm going to get my props just like I'm Carrot Top. So if you with me, get your goddamn hands up. And mama knows she didn't raise no Twitter. Now follow me just like the fan on Twitter. You know I'm going to get my props just like I'm Carrot Top. So if you with me, get your goddamn hands up. Alright, well, if you haven't caught on yet, you should know that I terrorize like a bomb threat. Putting in work, my soul heart into every line and all full of my confidence high. Yo, man, it's Salazar.
Give you a sample of what you can handle. And if you wanna gamble, get burnt like a candle. The skill level's ample, my stampede will trample. It's Halloween and I got the goods, come get a handful.
Instrumental.
loud like a pistol. One bullet turn a nigga to a cripple. Mind's not stable, body's not able to hold it. So I ease down with the potion. Hanging with the hypno, I turn Hulk Hogan. Nobody stops, snapping in a full clip. Head wide open, barrel still smoking. Don't get close when we're in motion. From the day I got my flow, it got stolen. Young niggas, drunk niggas, hazy like the omen. Leave it wide open, gushing out organs. Live niggas riding up 7 in the morning. Catch him while he on it, walk him right on it. Knock him out his legs, his leg, and his Jordan. They don't got strength cause they fighting just to earn it. They don't got bridges in my city cause they burned them. We can buy cheese, you didn't hire for the murder. Put a couple cheese on your life like a sugar.
Niggas said this, calling me a program. Me, I'm just a general, defending my soldiers. It's all the work, hit that shit like a controller. Niggas said this, calling me a me, I'm just a general, defending my soldiers. It's all the work, hit that shit like a controller.
Niggas lie and say they ride it in the house. Tired up on these niggas for the scotch. If I let it clap, he ain't never coming back. I was that broke, I ain't never going back. Take a walk on my block, it's haunted. Welcome to the block. Every nigga's clock's in, dug by the boxes. Houses like trenches, 80-year-old men buying work with their pension. I remember running from detention, now running from the bullpen and the West detention. 24K chains looking like a lemon. Doing more than spitting crack, nigga, I sell it. She wanna escort, she an expert. Lion Savage, so she famous for the aspirate. She only shake it, she ain't no dancer. Booty hanging and it look like her back there. Pussy cat all black for her cancer. Bustin' wide open, I don't need a password. Tony still smoking, ain't worried about cancer. Worry about drugs, guns, money, and the slime.
Niggas said this, calling me a cobra. I'm just a general, defending my soldier. It's all the work, hit that shit like a controller. Niggas said this, calling me a me, I'm just a general, defending my soldier. It's all the work, hit that shit like a controller. Yeah, work, it's something like a controller. Yeah, like all they need is a little donut. They only love me because they don't know, but they get no love. Yeah, run now. Sticky icky, no complaining, speeding, rushing, blowing trouble. I'm running out of time, I got that money on my mind and I'm too hard to switch or mix it with the dope. I see these bitches stacking, man, these wannabe rappers talking shit, gee, I better take a note. On the come up, steady rising, some of y'all be steady hiding, I'm colliding, slipping, sliding to your hoe. Low key, no piano. These rappers frontin' like they Lucky Luciano, but they don't know that I'm a goddamn bad man. And when you see me, best believe I raid in black, that's Batman. I turn yell in the ghosts, eat them like Pac-Man. No games, throw you out in trash cans, no shame. You want blow, that's no way. That cocaine got your nose red like strawberries from show dice. I get money and sit back and post, man. Chill deep and for real creep on yo Dane. That heat leave you with no sleep and no brain. Then you awake with no sneaks and no chain. A black sneak getting shiggity. You know Ray, a fast life living, but still dealing with some slow days. What can I say? That's just what it is, dog. But I gotta get that money for my next of kin, dog. Ride around the city with a sticky icky. No complaining, speeding, rushing, blowing trouble. I'm running out of time, I got that money on my mind and I'm too hard to switch and mix it with. Man, I'm down for some shit. When it comes to the grind, man, I'm fit. Work the bars, head slap with a flip. Man, I'm back on my shit. Found a peanut butter strap in the whip. Man, I almost made it back to the crib, but it's back to the strip. With a trap that I flip. Little nigga keep a hammer and a bag full of shit. That little nigga, yes, I once was. I used to have a lot of fun when I bust guns. Never did I trust love. I've lost a lot of friends. A lot of my friends switched you. The info got Percy, that's why I stay with a pistol. It stays on my hip, you stated if it's an issue. These dreams on these tips that get placed in this issue. Deuce, bullets, face the nipple out the baby mouth. I whip the tech the same size as a baby doll. You gotta slide, my nigga, you got skated on. I was in his crib, like the bed that his baby on. My head hurting like I need me a Tylenol. I may have missed, but you pussies didn't write it. I think I seen him, big homie, cut the lights off. Someone get the voice from the service, cause it's a radar. Fucking five guns, so five close to the five guns. I was smoking packs on that same block like Dylan. I was making rocks for the cheesecake like I'm Dylan. Niggas couldn't move me up that corner, I'm a Dylan. You niggas is all amateurs. Niggas see my whip and try to shoot me through the passenger, but God got me though. Now nigga, this ain't a party show. Me, I got the sauce and cooked beef like a sloppy joe. Brown Smith can separate faith from the non-fiction. For $3 got me a talent that's not restricted. Let my top sickin'. You can't battle your rhymes written. And my now got 30 teeth in it, don't get bitten. All the niggas only out for hurt me. Fuck it, cause I don't leave my crib without my daddy. I see too many innocent niggas get turned dirty with a 22. Young niggas be rigging like Andrew Jersey. From a place where the bottom be jobs. Blue spray thing on the concrete bars. I am a fight up in the project house. Some niggas walking and bucking and diving. Put it out and work it back, hoping I'm a survivor. Thank you, Lord, for the things you did. And thank you, Father, for the fact that I can wake up and I see my kids. With every blessing comes a curse, and I know that. I'm still stressing, but as a man, I can't show that. For my daughters, they never have to worry. But I'm worried that they're gonna have to worry. Well, fuck that shit. That's why I'm out here when I cut that zip. I turn the zip into a comeback breaking. Instead of comeback quick. I stood tall, man, I'm right here. Right here. For long. I'ma put my phone right here. Shots got a 6 buzz, but you right here. I thought I got this kind of love from my... Niggas laugh when we try to right here. Now I got 30 in this 9, that's a night here. I also got 30 in this 40, losing right here. Even got an ass kid out with 40, it ain't nice here. 762, stuck to the hip too. You wish you had this life, I wish my life was way more simple. My homie kept the gun, but it's a knife that left him crippled. That Taurus G2, figure group, the bitch had them balls. You ever heard your man, knowing that he dying on you? Lying to him saying it's alright, well he crying on you. Driving him to safety, cause some niggas is dying on you. Swallowing my pride, there's no emotion, but I'm tired on you. I don't know pressure, but I'm pressure busting my pipe. I died flat line, I was touching the lake. We the broad day shooters, you only talking at night. You only half-time rocking, but we talking for life. See through like crystal, never took 30 grand on my pistol. That's lightweight, cause I got 30 jams in the pistol and a nice spray. Got enough bullets to fill the fish bowl, that's nice spray. Cause if I pull it, then I won't miss you. Fit for the grind, nigga. 2019 takeover, nigga. The year of the 19. What the fuck going on, nigga?
The sound of the club, the kiss on your lips, it should be mine.
The people you meet, the people you trust, the people you find. That's the difference, baby, between you and me. That's the difference, baby, between you and me. Sky high in better times, when love was hard to find. Sky high in better times, with my blind valentine. Sky high in harder times, when love, my friend, was blind. Sky high in harder times, with my blind valentine. Your house in that town, the window that frames the beauty you saw. You keep racing down that hill, but you never fall. That's the difference, baby, between you and me. That's the difference, baby, between your life and mine. Sky high in better times, with my blind valentine. Sky high in harder times, when love, my friend, was mine. Sky high in harder times, when love was hard to find. Sky high in better times, when trust in love was blind. Sky high in better times, with my blind valentine.
The demon is a liar. He would like to confuse us, but he will also mix lies with the truth to attack us. The attack is psychological, powerful. So don't mix. Remember that. Do not mix.
This is real life shit, can't change it for an instant. Blood, sweat, and tears, now everyone's against it. Trying to step in our way, man, you ass will get popped. Got homies on every corner, none afraid to get shot. You hear it drop, here comes the end of your life. Hollow points cutting through you like the edge of a knife. It's getting harder to see, step away from the light. Cause I'm the devil in disguise, I stole your soul tonight. What?
I stole your soul tonight. I'm the devil in disguise. I stole your soul tonight. I stole your soul tonight. I'm the devil in disguise. I stole your soul tonight. I stole your soul tonight. I'm the devil in disguise. I stole your soul tonight. What? Yeah, I stole your soul tonight. Devil in disguise. Stole your soul tonight.
As you wake up in the dark, not realizing I'm there. Go ahead and reach for the light. You won't find one there. This is the darkness inside, mixed with the pain that you feel. You're the voice.
Yeah, that's right.
Communication screw-ups at Heli.
Nah, they couldn't just.
Communication screw.
It's a throwback. Yeah. Blue pack.
Now when mad chop walks, people mad chop looks. I swear to God, I should be dead from all the pills I took, but I'll be okay. Raise your hands if you're going insane. If you're feeling so depressed, you wanna blow out your brains, and you've been to darker places, you won't try to explain, but still you try to keep them moving, then we're probably the same. I used to get high like trucks on lift kits. Then I woke up and I said, fuck this shit. I made a promise to myself, mad grip shit, and slide through your verse like a Tokyo drift kit. From being at the doctor's on pills like please help me, to being on the hospital floor like please kill me. And I ain't scared of dying except there's nothing to inherit, and I owe lots of people money, including my parents. I'm trying to sit right, but I have mental interference, cause I got inner demons that are screaming out my lyrics. And I'm new to this new game where kids out talk shit. That's why I'm writing rhymes that even they can't fuck with. Let me do a show, let me catch somebody chuckle. I won't stop until my hands hurt and I got bloody knuckles. Then I'll take this girl and turn that boy into a cuckold. If you tell the truth, I ain't fucking with them chuckles. Mad chop walks, people mad chop looks. I swear to God, I should be dead from all the pills I took, but I
be
instrumental.
Let out a Blitzburg, nigga. Blitzburg, nigga. Humble, baby. Humble.
Communication screw.
Nah, they couldn't just.
I'ma get that spinach. I be sinning, I'm winning. They don't like it, yeah, I bet. I see the pain in their heart and their chest. Watch you said I'ma get that spinach. I be sinning, I'm winning. They don't like it, yeah, I bet. I see the pain in their heart and their chest. I love the rain when it falls, yeah, I'm blessed. Of the fame and the cars and the jets. I had them thinking I was gone to the psych ward. I never let them live the life you would die for. Hell, I know I can't save her, I'm no lifeguard. Maybe you can get the deed, but I might charge. Pull up to the spot, they're like, who is that there? Hands up, give me the loot like a cashier. What you thought, are you dumb? I don't play shit. I killed you and your brother with the same clip. All that bullshit you've been talking, boys, ain't you? I'm a different man now, leave your face. Watch you said it, I'ma get that spinach. I be sitting.
Oh, I don't know. 2 hours. Yeah. Shit. White vans and black trucks.
Double up.
Shorty got pneumonia.
This week, we speak with just elected regional. This week, more about Halibut First Nation and the Blueberry Blunder. Where to from here?
I'm like proceeds when they let you out the bank. Heard you rob the bank and you got many men.
We the young niggas get a pop, man. We the young niggas get a pop, man.
Never lacking in these streets, but we stay strapped up. Fresh out of back in the kitchen whipping extras. If you owe me money, little nigga, I'm collecting. I need that bag, I gotta get it, nigga, cause I'm next up. Diamonds dancing on my neck, she like the way I'm flexing. And every time I pull up, I'm design stepping. EGC, that's the gang, they know what I'm rapping. I go hard for my block at my intersection. Just came home, now I'm laughing. First day out and I'm cashing. Busy, half metal, half plastic. And if a nigga try around me, I'ma blast it. Better duck when I'm blasted. Headshot, no chest, leave him close casket.
They like young killer when they let you out the game. Girl, you came up off the bottle and you poured. Young killer when they let you out the game. They like young killer when they let you out the game. Girl, you came up off the bottle and you poured.
I like proceeds when they let you out the bank. Heard you rob the bank and you got many men.
We the young niggas get a pop, man. We the young niggas get a pop, man. Never locking in the streets, man. I'm on the side. And we keep the niggas slipping, then we on the side. All my niggas tripping, yeah, we down the ride. Yeah, we down the ride. Never locking in the streets, man. I'm on the side. The niggas slipping, then we slipping slide. All my niggas winning, yeah, we really riding. Yeah, we really riding. Yeah, we really firing. And bad bitches really running, but I'm really hiding. Can't be slipping now, nigga. I be really firing. They like young killer when they let you on the game. Girl, you came up off the bottle and you poured. Young killer when they let you on the
New York niggas is out of
He shot a film in Living Mi'kmaq and Dark.
Keep your little six, little nigga. I run the dot. Even when I'm OT, my nigga. I run the dot. Nothing gon' change, little nigga. When I'm under lock. Tell every rapper in this motherfucking city that I run the dot. I run this bitch like track and field. Race starts like you're not the only one packing still. Power couple stand on top of the hill like track and chill. Little niggas too young for big mats like Happy Meals. Who the best yet? Chocolate blood like we don't tax there. In the cut, niggas go up. It's like a chef staring. Niggas said boy gon' die, but couldn't get near him. Silence it got no sound, like a vet hearing. I said before I'm a killer. If I drop a P, you'll see this rain like Gilla. We was in the East Detention Project bounce, that's out the count. When I used to turn myself in with an ounce. If you from the trend, I never would big announce. Back in 04, when Galloway around the house, I was spectate. Nigga that said he was playing checkmate. Bleeding on the bridge, we used to give you niggas headspace. One quarter over to get you out on the next day. Blood on my hand, yo bitch, that's how I get laid. Fucking with your shorty, get my priest like He-Man. Like Thomas and Trent can't do it, like yes we can. Keep it 6, nigga, we keep 6. We can handle this like men or get us some G shit. You set tripping niggas, switching colors like beat sticks. The money that we putting on you, what do you read with? You'll see shit. When they did ones, all I see is the snake ones. The cats I put work in their pocket and got no cake from. If a buzz ain't big and no 6 buzz, I'll make one. And if that shit don't come easy, nigga, I'll take some. I run the dot. Even when I'm OG, my nigga, I run the dot. Nothing gon' change, no nigga, when I'm under lock. Tell every rapper in this motherfucking city that I run the dot.
Hey, what do you want to do?
I don't know. What you want?
I smoke angel dust and watch the angels bust. I ain't got no trust, but the angels must. I'm so paper cold, they so plain
It's 48.03. Air quality.
So,
Political party that
These
helped
smoking
organize
angels,
the
that's
primary, which
what's
officials say
spotter,
is subversive.
spotter
Joey Su, a Hong Kong student
activation
leader,
is not
says this is a complete roundup of the region's remaining opposition.
So the 50 Africans arrested this morning are very, very important and vocal voices in Hong Kong right now.
The opposition says their ability to participate in Hong Kong politics is now illegal.
Essentially, what the arrest today means is that if you want to win an election, you are subverting the state's power.
This is Samuel Chu, a Hong Kong democracy activist now living in the U.S.
There were 600,000 Hong Kongers that voted in the primaries. So we're not talking about sort of this little gathering that a few people attended. We're talking about a public event.
This means anyone who is ever tangentially involved with Hong Kong's beleaguered opposition is in danger, says Tommy Chung. He was a young leader in 2014's Umbrella Revolution protests in Hong Kong and is now a local politician.
You know, the national security role is powerful role.
Mary Poppins and all that.
No one would say they would not be arrested anymore.
No one can say they won't be arrested, meaning expect more arrests. Emily Fang, NPR News, Beijing.
I don't understand. American.
This is NPR News.
Buy merchandise.
这个需求设置手套的温度据悉呢，智能手套的续航能力是非常强的，可以保持6个小时，而且呢，只要连接上手机，就能调配自己所需要的舒适的温度。这温度最高的可以设置成50摄氏度，哇，这是烤猪蹄儿嘛！当然了，并不是一定需要手机控制的，如果觉得麻烦，戴上手套也可以根据手套上的按钮来调节温度。这款手套据说一发布就引发了不小的轰动其中大家最关心的问题就
That was 10 a.m.
There are times when a marriage is not about love. You are about to
There's times when it's about love.
get married. I think we shouldn't keep in touch anymore.
Via di questo passo non sono una garanzia che la persona non ha delle reazioni allergiche, magari a lui sconosciute, perché a un certo momento diciamo, facciamo una cosa stupida, un esempio stupido. Ci può essere una persona che è allergica alle fragole. Siccome le fragole non sono a questa persona, lui non sa che è allergico alle fragole. Ci sono persone, per esempio, che non possono mangiare crostacei.
South China Sea. Whatever it was, Is this one song? It's always 1987 in the South China Seas. These fishing trawlers out there blaring this cabbages right Amelia. CI 846.
20 years, European foreign direct investment, or FDI, into China reached more than 140 billion euros, while Chinese FDI going into Europe was just over 120 billion.
That song was incredibly
such as the
long.
European Chamber of Commerce, the recently signed political agreement could pave way for more growth.
That's for
So
those
these figures
fishermen
are
and
impressive
sailors.
to keep trade
I bet
partners.
they get that on satellite.
However, of course, EU investment in China is relatively modest, considering the market of China and the potential of the Chinese economy, but still.
And as for South China, manufacturing is a key industry for many foreign invested enterprises, making its mention in the agreement worth the analysis.
EU investments in China are represented by more than half in manufacturing. Same in South China as well. 63% of our members are in the manufacturing sector. So it's definitely key. We see this agreement, this CAI, benefiting several sectors in manufacturing.
The comprehensive agreement on investment is set to replace 26 different trade treaties between China and EU member states, creating a unified trade deal. But as some analysts suggest, no matter how promising and ambitious the deal may sound, the
process of going through EU Parliament ratification may prove to be both lengthy and challenging. Omar Khan, CGTN, Guangzhou.
A final text of the deal hasn't been approved yet, but European firms in China plan to invest more in the China market already based on the agreement. Chen Tong has more.
Over the past decade, German manufacturer Bosch has invested 50 billion yuan in the China market, one of its most important worldwide. Despite the pandemic, Bosch sales ranging from home appliances to car parts grew steadily in the year of 2020, reaching more than 100 billion yuan. Just in November, the company set up a new R&D center in Wuxi City, Jiangsu Province. The China-EU Comprehensive Bilateral Investment Agreement is expected to prohibit compulsory intellectual property transfer, and the German firm was very happy to see that.
They're going to try to outdo us. We have 4.2 kilometers.
European companies were worried about intellectual property, whether China research could be used to serve global markets. But the New Deal has made European firms relax. We think China's door is opening wider, and we'll put more investments into the China market, and we'll use the China business to serve the German market. So the deal will definitely boost our investments.
China promises to open a wider door to the European Union under the new agreement. European firms in industries such as autos, financial services, and healthcare will find it easier to set up firms in China. Another European firm, appliance maker Volkswagen, is also planning to take advantage of the opportunities. Despite the pandemic, sales of its products like vacuum cleaners and food makers rose steadily in 2020, and a new investment agreement has given the firm the confidence to expand its business here.
The deal is extremely important for us because our investment decisions will be much more predictable. Our business will be stable and there will be more guarantees for us. The deal was very encouraging for us.
Global trade was hit hard by the pandemic in 2020, but bilateral trade between China and the EU was growing steadily over the past year. The new deal will consolidate that and raise China's globalization profile.
We need, the experience and expertise and technology from EU, especially because US is cutting off the supply with China. For EU, they are very developed economy. They have great, companies and big brands, and China is now the most promising market in the world. Definitely, the EU company will find China market is very profitable, is very promising for their growth, especially given the economic downturn.
What's more, this agreement plus the recently signed Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, known as RCEP, make clear China's intention to become a leader in open trade and investment.
We had two agreements in
especially given the
and this investment agreement with the EU in December. These two agreements basically addresses a number of major trading partners that China has, right? The EU, Japan, Southeast Asia.
China replaced the US as EU's largest trading partner in the first 3 quarters of 2020. Bilateral trade volume between China and the EU was 425.5 billion euros between January and September, 13 billion euros more than the volume between the EU and the US during the same period. All signs are that, under the New Deal, trade and investment between China and the EU will be expanding further and faster. Chen Tong, ICS for CGTN, Shanghai.
You're watching Global Business on CGTN. Still to come. China's insurance sector saw a strikingly divergent performance in different segments of the market last year. We'll get to more on that when we come back.
Each day, there are millions of stories. Each one can open new perspectives, new possibilities. Wherever you look, we are there to see, discover, explore. We put the pieces together to find what really matters to you, all around the world, all around the clock.
Our reporters are at home across the globe. From our headquarters in Beijing and production centers in Washington, Nairobi, and London. China Global Television Network. Stories from across the globe, reaching people across the globe.
What do you have to set up here?
CGTN.
7 Chinatowns.
See the
How many
difference.
Chinatowns do you have?
Welcome back. To the insurance sector, China saw a strikingly divergent performance last year in different segments of the market. The pandemic pushed up demand for health insurance, while interest in property and vehicle policies fell off. At the same time, regulators are moving to stabilize the sector and welcome